Hi guys, and welcome to Relaxing History Time. Tonight we're diving deep into the cold, biting winters that many Native American tribes faced long before modern conveniences were ever a thought. Picture it: snow falling heavily, the trees bare and swaying under the weight of ice, and the wind howling through the wilderness. It's one of those bone-chilling nights where every breath feels like it might freeze in your lungs. Yet here you are, snug in your bed. But imagine just for a moment that you are out there with no fire, no heating blanket, and no warm cabin to retreat to. You probably won't survive this. In fact, few would. But somehow Native Americans did. They managed to survive some of the harshest winters in North America without the luxury of fire inside their homes. How, you ask? Well, that's exactly what we're about to explore. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, if you're tuning in from somewhere with cold winters, let me know where you're at and what time it is. I love to hear about different places and times, especially when they match the history we're diving into. Now dim the lights and let's get cozy as we travel back to a time when survival against the cold was an art. In the dense, sprawling wilderness of North America, winter was a fierce adversary. When the cold hit, it wasn't a gentle reminder of the changing seasons, it was a relentless, almost merciless force that shaped the lives of every person who lived in its path. To survive, Native Americans didn't rely on modern heaters or insulated jackets. They had to be resourceful, relying on the land their skills and ancient knowledge passed down through generations. The challenge of surviving these winters wasn't just about surviving the cold, it was about adapting to the rhythm of the land and finding creative solutions to problems most people today wouldn't even think to face. Without modern materials, clothing, or technology, Native Americans needed to work with what nature provided, crafting tools, garments, and homes that were perfectly suited for the environment. For many tribes, winter meant months of sub-zero temperatures, harsh winds, and deep snow that could cover the landscape for weeks. In places like the Great Plains, where snowstorms could drop several feet of snow, or the forests of the Northeast, where winters were long and bitterly cold, the cold was more than just a nuisance, it was a life-or-death situation. Yet despite the deadly nature of these winters, tribes had found a way to thrive. There were no luxury stores to buy your winter clothes. No malls with heat lamps to escape the frost. There was no electricity to power your space heaters or keep your house at a comfortable temperature. There was only ingenuity, resourcefulness, and an intimate connection with the land. It was this knowledge that made survival possible. One of the first things you would have noticed during a winter journey with Native Americans is the clothing they wore. Unlike today's bulky coats and high-tech thermal layers, the clothes of indigenous people were made from materials they could gather from their surroundings, designed for both warmth and mobility. Their clothing choices weren't just practical, they were finely tuned over centuries of trial and error. Animal hides, fur, and plant fibers became their armor against the harshest weather. The types of animal pelts used varied depending on the region. Caribou, deer, and even bison pelts were common sources of warmth in colder climates, their thick fur and skin providing insulation far better than anything synthetic. What makes this so impressive is the simple fact that these materials didn't just serve one purpose, they were multifunctional. Not only were they used for clothing, but animal skin would also be used for blankets, bedding, and even to line the inside of homes. The warmth provided by these hides was unmatched, offering the same level of insulation as modern-day thermal blankets. Now let's take a moment to consider the depth of knowledge that went into crafting these clothes. The process was not something that could be rushed. It involved knowledge of the animals, how to prepare their hides, and how to make them durable enough to withstand the wind and snow. It was a labor of love and survival. For instance, the fur of a buffalo was incredibly valuable because not only was it thick and warm, but its durability meant it could withstand heavy wear and tear. These clothes were also meticulously layered, and layering was key to surviving the cold. If you've ever been caught in a chilly night and thrown on a few extra layers, you know the power of insulation. But Native Americans understood this better than anyone. They didn't just pile on any old clothes, they layered strategically. The outer layers were often made from tougher materials like leather or even bark, which protected the softer layers underneath. These could include animal pelts, wool, or even plant fibers like cattails. Each layer trapped warm air close to the body, and together they created a barrier against the cold that could hold up against even the harshest winds. But what about your feet? We often forget about the extremities, but your feet are one of the first places that can get cold. And let's face it, when your feet are frozen, it's hard to stay warm anywhere else. The solution to this in Native American cultures was simple but effective moccasins. These lightweight soft shoes were made from animal hide, and their design was perfect for the snow. The soles were often made from toughened leather, and they were lined with fur or other insulating materials. They were close-fitting, providing little space for cold air to seep in. When it snowed heavily, they helped the wearer move through the deep snow, and their warmth made all the difference during those bitter cold nights. But surviving the cold wasn't just about clothing, it was also about shelter. To the modern mind, a house in the middle of winter might seem like a fortress of warmth, but for Native Americans, their homes were a reflection of both necessity and ingenuity. In regions where the cold was extreme, the design of these homes had to be perfectly suited to both the environment and their way of life. Take the igloo, for example. Though it is most often associated with Inuit cultures, the idea of a domed shelter built from snow was shared among many groups. The igloo made of tightly packed snow blocks acted as a natural insulator, snow contrary to what we might think is actually an excellent insulator. The compacted snow kept the heat generated by the body inside even when the outside temperature was dangerously cold. The small size of these homes also meant that the warmth generated by a small fire or body heat could keep the interior surprisingly comfortable even without a blazing fire inside. But not all tribes built igloos. In other areas, longhouses made of wood and bark were used, and these structures were just as carefully designed to retain warmth. Longhouses were built with thick walls and often had a central hearth that acted as a source of heat, although fire inside homes was used sparingly. For the most part, the focus was on building homes that trapped warmth rather than relying on constant fires that could be a risk in such a cold environment. Historians still argue whether the fireless design of these homes was due to the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning or simply a practical solution for dealing with the cold. But whatever the reason, the wisdom in this design is clear. With thick walls made from materials like bark and moss, the homes were insulated enough to survive the cold even without constant heat. And this brings us to an interesting fact. Despite the freezing conditions, fire was not always a constant in these homes. Fire, although essential for cooking and occasional warmth, was not something you kept burning all night inside. The smoke would build up and could be harmful. Instead, the focus was on creating a home where the heat you generated could be captured and kept close to you. By now, you've probably got a sense of the type of winter survival skills that Native Americans possessed. It was a combination of nature's gifts-learned skills and a deep understanding of the environment around them. They weren't just surviving the winter, they were thriving in it, mastering the cold rather than surrendering to it. These methods weren't just about personal survival, they were about community survival. Tribes huddled together for warmth in small homes that were designed to maximize the heat generated by a small fire or body heat. In these tight quarters, the cold was something you fought together, not alone. It was a communal effort to endure, and the lessons passed down through generations allowed people to live harmoniously with the harsh winters that otherwise might have destroyed them. The remarkable thing is that none of this was based on a single invention or a single technique. It was a culmination of everything: the clothing, the shelters, the community spirit, and the intimate knowledge of the environment that allowed Native Americans to survive without fire in their homes. When we think of the cold, we often picture icy winds cutting through the air, snow piling up around us. It's easy to imagine how freezing temperatures can make survival a daunting task. But for Native Americans, particularly those living in the northern regions, winter was more than just a season. It was a deadly force to be reckoned with. Surviving the cold required more than simply bundling up or lighting a fire. It was about using every ounce of knowledge passed down from ancestors and crafting solutions that worked with the land rather than against it. The cold wasn't just a matter of discomfort, it was a matter of life and death. A single mistake could lead to hypothermia or frostbite. These were conditions that could quickly claim a life. With no modern medicines or heating systems, Native Americans developed survival strategies that have long fascinated historians and survival experts alike. But more than just brute survival, their way of life was a testament to the incredible adaptability of the human spirit in the face of nature's most hostile environments. One thing is clear from the moment you step into the world of these ancient peoples: their approach to surviving winter wasn't about one-off inventions, but about a holistic lifestyle that adapted to the cold in all aspects. If you lived in the Great Plains where winters could bring fierce snowstorms, you didn't rely on a single piece of equipment or a singular technique. You adapted everything: the way you dressed, the structure of your home, your diet, and even how you interacted with the land itself. You would begin by understanding that winter wasn't something you could simply wait out. You had to adapt to it. And the first step in this adaptation was ensuring that your clothing provided the most warmth without the heavy bulk of modern outerwear. Native American clothing was as much about necessity as it was about ingenuity. In a time before the luxury of cotton blends or waterproof materials, every piece of fabric was carefully chosen to serve a specific purpose. Let's look at some of the essential materials that made these garments so effective. The pelts of animals like bison, deer, and beaver were primary sources of warmth. These animals were not only a source of food, but their skins were also used for everything from clothing to bedding, and even to line the insides of homes. The thick fur and dense undercoats of these animals were key to insulation, and each tribe had its own methods for processing the skins depending on the region and the types of animals available. You may not realize it, but animal pelts could be a surprisingly versatile material. The outer layer of fur was often used for its water resistance, while the undercoat provided a remarkable amount of insulation. Tribes like the Inuit took this practice to the next level by incorporating a layer of fat between the skins, which provided even more protection against the cold. This technique was so effective that even in the bitter Arctic they could keep themselves warm enough to withstand the harshest winters. Similarly, in areas where warmer but still cold temperatures prevailed, buffalo robes would be used for their exceptional warmth, and they were carefully fashioned into cloaks, blankets, or even makeshift tents. But just as important as the materials themselves was the layering system. Native Americans didn't just throw on one thick piece of clothing and call it a day. They understood the art of layering, an approach we still use today. The key to warmth is not just having thick clothes, it's about trapping air between the layers. The more layers, the better the insulation. For example, you'd start with a base layer that was designed to wick away moisture, keeping the skin dry. Then you would add insulating layers such as fur, wool, or other natural fibers which trapped heat next to the body. On top of these layers, you might add a protective outer layer made from leather which was water resistant and windproof. In areas with especially heavy snowshoes were essential for travel. These simple yet ingenious tools allowed Native Americans to navigate deep snow without sinking into it, helping them to travel over long distances even during the worst weather. Crafted from a combination of wood and rawhide snowshoes, worked by distributing the weight of the wearer over a large surface area which helped prevent the person from falling through the snow. The design of the snowshoe itself was adapted to suit different types of terrain. In the dense forests of the northeast, snowshoes were smaller and more compact to navigate through trees and brush. In the vast open spaces of the Great Plains, the snowshoes were much larger, designed for travel over flat, deep snow. If you've ever trudged through the snow, you'll know that moving with snowshoes is still no easy feat. But with the right knowledge and technique, you could cross miles of snow-covered land while avoiding the exhausting task of slogging through snow up to your knees. Snowshoes were just another example of how Native Americans worked with the natural elements to make life just a little bit easier even in the harshest conditions. But let's not forget about the homes they built. Shelter was just as crucial to survive in the cold as clothing and snowshoes. In the far north, where wood was scarce, snow was the primary material for constructing homes. These homes, known as igloos, were built by carving blocks of snow into a dome shape. While the design may seem rudimentary to us, igloos were masterfully engineered to withstand freezing temperatures and block out the cold wind. The packed snow acted as a natural insulator, keeping the interior of the home surprisingly warm despite the brutal weather outside. In other regions, such as the Great Plains, homes were constructed from available materials like hides, wood, and earth. The dwellings were built in a way that minimized exposure to the cold and wind. For example, earth-covered structures would provide an extra layer of insulation against the elements, and smaller, more compact homes were easier to heat with limited firewood. Often the homes were built to be easily disassembled and moved, reflecting the nomadic nature of many tribes who had to follow the game for food. Yet even in these homes, fire was not always the go-to solution for warmth. In fact, most tribes only used fire sparingly. Instead, they focused on how to make the most of the heat they had. And that heat wasn't always from fire. It could come from body warmth, stored heat from the day, or even the natural warmth of the earth itself. For example, many tribes used the technique of digging into the earth to create partially subterranean dwellings that stayed warmer during the winter months. These dugout homes used the earth as insulation, protecting against the wind and trapping heat inside. The innovation didn't stop with clothing and shelter. Native Americans were also resourceful when it came to food. Winter wasn't just about surviving the cold, it was about sustaining energy and keeping your body in a state where it could continue to function despite the harsh conditions. Fatty foods were crucial for survival as they provided the calories needed to generate heat. For many tribes, that meant hunting large game like bison, which provided both meat and fat. Fish was another essential food source, particularly in regions like the Pacific Northwest where salmon and other fish were abundant. Historians still debate the full extent of the role that food played in surviving winter. While many Native Americans were experts in using their surroundings to gather food, they also understood the value of preserving it for the long winter months. Many tribes practiced food preservation techniques such as drying and smoking meat, which allowed them to have a steady supply of calories even when fresh food was scarce. As winter's grip tightened, the challenge of surviving without the modern conveniences we take for granted today became even more daunting. But if you were to stand alongside a Native American family in the middle of one of those fierce winters, you would quickly learn that there was no one-size-fits-all solution to the cold. Each tribe had its own unique approach to surviving the elements, influenced by both the geography of their region and the materials available to them. And as much as clothing and shelter were vital, it was the clever use of every resource that truly ensured survival through these brutal months. In the far north, the Inuit and other Arctic tribes had mastered the art of living with the cold, and their techniques were as diverse as the environment they inhabited. The igloo, a structure most commonly associated with these peoples, is perhaps one of the most well-known forms of shelter used in extreme cold. However, what's often overlooked is just how effective these shelters were at retaining heat. You might imagine that being inside an igloo with snow walls surrounding you would be unbearably cold. But the snow used to construct them wasn't just an insulator. It had properties that made igloos incredibly efficient at keeping in warmth. When inside an igloo, the temperature could be as much as 40 to 50 degrees Fahrenheit warmer than the outside temperature. This was not just because of body heat, but also because of the ingenious design of the igloo itself. The shape of the dome created a natural barrier to the wind, and the packed snow absorbed and reflected heat from the body, creating a relatively stable and warm environment. The entrance to an igloo was often dug below the main living area, which helped trap heat inside while keeping cold air from entering. Still, it wasn't just the structure of the igloo that made it an effective home during winter. The people who lived in these homes were experts in using every available resource for warmth. They didn't rely solely on fires indoors, as they could be hazardous in such a small space. Instead, they would use lamps made from animal fat, which provided both light and warmth. The fat from seals and whales, which was plentiful in their environment, was carefully processed and used to fuel these lamps. The flame was steady and the fat produced very little smoke, which was crucial in such a small enclosed space. It's a simple yet highly effective technique for creating a livable environment in extreme conditions. On the other hand, in the forests of the Northeast and the plains of the Midwest, the approach to surviving winter was different. Here, Native Americans had to contend with deep snow, but they also had forests full of trees that provided wood for both shelter and fire. One of the most important materials used to keep warm was bark. Tribes such as the Iroquois and Algonquin would use the bark of trees like birch and elm to construct homes known as wigwams. These structures were framed with branches and covered with layers of bark which were expertly peeled off the trees without damaging them. The bark itself acted as the insulation, trapping warmth inside while keeping out the cold and wind. Inside these homes, much like in the igloos, warmth came not only from the shelter, but also from the people themselves. The wigwams were small, often only large enough for a small family, which made heating them more manageable. Central hearths inside these homes were carefully tended, providing heat as well as a place to cook food. The fire would be small and controlled, as a roaring blaze could quickly consume the little wood that was available in the cold months. Instead, fires would be maintained throughout the night in a careful balance between warmth and safety. The burning of wood would also emit a steady amount of smoke which would escape through small openings at the top of the wigwam. Of course, the most effective form of insulation wasn't just in the homes, but in the clothing. In the colder regions, animal pelts weren't just worn as coats, they were used to line the insides of homes' bedding, and even to create sleeping bags that would keep individuals warm during the night. These pelts were carefully gilded with the fur side often turned inward to maximize insulation. For extra warmth, the Native Americans would use fat from animals like deer or bears, rubbing it into the fur to make it even more resistant to the cold. And if you think about it, the wisdom of using animal fat as insulation goes beyond just practical necessity. It's a connection to the environment, a way of using every part of the animal not just for food, but for survival in all its forms. The fur kept you warm during the day, while the fat insulated you as you slept through the coldest nights. This resourcefulness meant that not a single part of the animal went to waste, reflecting a deep respect for the creatures that sustained them. But beyond clothing and shelter, what about food? The winter months were long, and surviving them required more than just warmth. It also meant keeping your body fueled. In this too, Native Americans were experts in using the resources around them. Meat from large game like bison and elk was crucial for survival, not only because of its protein, but because of the fat it contained. This fat was essential for maintaining body heat, and the meat itself was dried or smoked to ensure a steady supply throughout the winter months. But meat wasn't the only food source. In areas where game was less plentiful, tribes turned to other sources of sustenance. For instance, in the Pacific Northwest, where the climate was milder, fish, particularly salmon, played a major role in the winter diet. Salmon was often dried or smoked to preserve it, providing a steady food supply throughout the colder months. Additionally, many tribes harvested roots, berries, and other plant materials that could be preserved for the winter. These plants weren't just a source of food. They were also used for medicinal purposes, providing necessary vitamins and minerals during a time when fresh produce was hard to come by. The diet during winter wasn't just about survival. It was about maintaining energy for the tasks at hand. Whether you were traveling through snow hunting or tending to your shelter, your body needed to stay energized. The foods that Native Americans consumed during the winter were carefully chosen not just for their nutritional value, but for their ability to keep the body strong and warm. Historians still argue the extent to which diet impacted survival during the harshest winters. Some scholars claim that the high-protein and fat-rich diets were a major factor in surviving the cold, while others suggest that the environment itself, combined with social structures and community efforts, played a larger role. Regardless, it's clear that the wisdom of winter survival was not only in how you dressed or how you built your shelter, but also in how you fueled and cared for your body. One of the most fascinating aspects of all of this is the role of communal effort. Surviving the winter wasn't a solitary task. It required the cooperation of everyone in the tribe. While individuals might hunt or gather, the fruits of their labor were shared among the community. Tribes often built their homes close together, which allowed them to share warmth and resources. The tight-knit structure of these communities was not only a social bond, but also a practical survival mechanism. The more people you had together, the more body heat you could share. Together, everyone stayed warm. As winter descended on the vast landscapes of North America, it wasn't just the harshness of the cold that Native American tribes had to contend with, it was the profound understanding of how to turn this challenge into an opportunity. Much of what made their winter survival strategies so successful was their deep connection to nature and their ability to use its resources in ways that modern minds often overlook. They didn't just endure the seasons, they adapted to them in profound and innovative ways that allowed them to thrive even when faced with some of the harshest winters the world has to offer. Take, for example, the remarkable materials used to craft clothing and shelter. One of the most striking aspects of Native American winter survival was how clothing was constructed from natural, locally sourced materials. The ability to utilize animal hides, fur, and even plant fibers for warmth was a crucial part of their survival toolkit. For tribes living in the coldest regions such as the Inuit and other Arctic groups, furs from animals like seal and polar bear were transformed into garments that offered unparalleled warmth. These furs had unique properties that helped to trap body heat even in the face of howling winds and sub-zero temperatures. Now, the thing about fur is that it's not just about its thickness. The texture of the fur and the layering of the hide had to be just right. For instance, sealskins were incredibly effective because the fur traps air, creating an insulating layer around the body. But it wasn't just about wearing furs on the outside. The Inuit and other groups had a technique for making fur-lined clothing that extended beyond outerwear. They had special methods for making mittens, boots, and hats, all designed to keep the cold from reaching their skin. These items weren't simply functional, they were a testament to the ingenuity of the people who wore them. Historians still argue whether the invention of such garments was driven primarily by necessity or a deep cultural connection to the animals. Some believe that the profound respect for the animals they hunted led to a reverence for their pelts, while others argue that the practical need to survive the freezing cold was the driving force behind these innovations. Either way, the result was the same: the careful preparation of animal skins into garments that could withstand freezing temperatures. In addition to animal pelts, the use of plant fibers played a role in winter survival. In the northeast, for example, the Algonquin people would weave mats from grasses and plant fibers, using them as insulation in their homes and even as bedding. These fibers were surprisingly effective at blocking out the cold, and they also served to absorb moisture, keeping the interior of their homes dry, which was critical in preventing hypothermia. But let's not overlook the role of the structure of the homes themselves. Native American dwellings, such as the longhouses of the Iroquois or the teepees used by the Plains tribes, were carefully designed to conserve heat. These homes were typically smaller than modern houses, which meant that any heat generated inside could more easily be kept inside. In the harsh winters of the northeast, longhouses were often covered with layers of bark which helped trap heat inside, while the small openings allowed smoke from the fire to escape. Similarly, the construction of teepees was designed to funnel wind and snow away from the entrance, and their conical shape allowed them to shed snow quickly. A quirky tidbit about these homes is that many were constructed with an emphasis on mobility. The Plains tribes in particular built their teepees with the intention of easily moving them as they followed herds of bison across the open plains. This mobility allowed them to stay one step ahead of the cold, always seeking out warmer places or regions with more available resources. Teepees were designed for both warmth and practicality, and their innovative structure allowed for rapid setup and breakdown, meaning that the tribe could remain flexible and adaptable in the face of ever-changing winter conditions. What's even more interesting is how these homes functioned as community spaces. Unlike modern homes, where we tend to isolate ourselves in individual rooms, Native American homes were often communal in nature. Families and extended families would live together in one dwelling, sharing warmth, not only from the fire, but from the close proximity to one another. This shared space meant that there was little room for the cold to invade. It was a practical solution that also served to reinforce the bonds of family and tribe, as survival was a group effort. But just as important as their homes and clothing was the way Native Americans approached food during the winter months. You see, surviving the winter wasn't just about staying warm. It was also about maintaining the strength and energy needed to carry out the daily tasks of life. Much of the food that Native Americans relied on during the colder months was carefully preserved and stored in ways that would allow them to endure long periods when fresh food wasn't available. Hunting was a significant part of this, and the animals that were hunted provided not only food but fat, a critical component in staying warm during the winter. Bison, deer, and elk were common sources of meat, and Native Americans were adept at preserving this meat for the winter months. They dried it, smoked it, or even froze it depending on the environment. The fat from these animals was a particularly valuable resource, as it could be used in cooking for lubricating tools and even as an additional layer of insulation in clothing. This use of animal fat was so integral to winter survival that it was often included in the diet as a form of sustenance during the coldest months. Historians still debate the extent to which fat consumption directly impacted survival rates during harsh winters. Some argue that the high-fat diet was essential for generating the energy needed to keep warm, while others suggest that it was the communal sharing of resources that made the biggest difference. Regardless, it's clear that fat was a fundamental part of winter survival in Native American diets, and the ability of kids to harvest, preserve, and use it effectively was one of the reasons they could thrive in such difficult conditions. Interestingly, while animal fat was a vital source of sustenance, the Native Americans who lived along the coasts and in areas with milder winters also relied heavily on fish. Salmon in particular played a crucial role in their diet, and these fish were often dried or smoked to preserve them for the winter months. Coastal tribes like the Chinook and the Tlingit were experts at fishing, and their knowledge of the waterways allowed them to gather and store large quantities of fish to help them through the colder months. And then there were the plants. The harvest wasn't just about meat, it was also about gathering roots, berries, and other edible plants. In areas where hunting was more difficult, such as in the Great Plains, tribes relied on foods like wild rice nuts and berries. These foods were dried and stored in large quantities, ensuring that there was enough food to last throughout the winter. In addition to being a source of nutrition, many plants were also used for medicinal purposes, helping to stave off sickness during the colder months when fresh supplies were hard to come by. Scholars still debate the role of plants in Native American diets during the winter. Some believe that these plant-based foods were crucial to maintaining vitamin and mineral intake, while others point to the more calorie-dense animal products as the primary source of nutrition. Regardless of which was more significant, it's clear that the combination of hunting, fishing, and foraging allowed Native Americans to create a well-rounded, sustainable diet that could sustain them through the darkest days of winter. When we talk about surviving the winter without fire, it's easy to imagine the ancient ways of life as crude or simplistic. But in truth, Native American tribes were experts in turning the environment into their ally. Their survival strategies weren't limited to just clothing, shelter, and food. They also included the very use of fire itself. While fire was an essential resource, it was often used with extreme caution, never taken for granted, and always approached with respect. The knowledge of when to use fire and when to rely on other methods was a crucial skill in surviving the cold winters. Many tribes, especially those in the northern regions, didn't keep large roaring fires in their homes all night long. The danger of smoke buildup, combined with the limited amount of fuel available, made it impractical and even dangerous to rely on fires as the primary source of warmth. Instead, these tribes would often use smaller controlled fires, sometimes just enough to cook food or provide temporary warmth during the coldest parts of the day. But the real genius of their approach lay in their ability to rely on the warmth that came from their shelters and from their own bodies, rather than depending on fire to keep them warm all the time. In homes like the wigwam or the teepee, the design played a critical role in trapping the heat. The conical shape of the teepee, for instance, wasn't just an aesthetic feature. It was an engineering marvel designed to keep out wind and snow while allowing heat to rise to the top and escape through a smoke hole. Similarly, the Iroquois longhouse with its long narrow shape maximised the number of people living in a single heat-efficient space. The idea was to share warmth through close proximity. Tribes knew that a few bodies in a confined space could create enough heat to make it through the night. They lived not only in the shelter of their homes, but also in the warmth of their families, tightly packed together to ensure that none of that precious heat was wasted. It's fascinating how many different ways the Native Americans used the elements to stay warm without relying on fire as the centre of their existence. While some might think that fire was the most obvious solution to staying warm, it was just one piece of the puzzle. For example, one unique method used by the Great Plains tribes involved something they called a hot rock. This method was simple, but effective stones would be heated in a fire and then carefully placed inside the home or under bedding. The rocks would slowly release heat over several hours, making them a constant source of warmth, without the need for a fire that could smother the air. These hot rocks could also be placed under clothing or bedding to keep the cold at bay while sleeping. Now you may be thinking about how essential fire was to cooking. Surely even without large fires, Native Americans had to use some form of fire to prepare food. This is true, but again the approach was more efficient than what we might expect. In many cases, cooking wasn't about maintaining a fire for hours on end. Instead, it was about using controlled, efficient methods. One technique used by tribes in colder climates was to cook food in underground pits which kept the heat contained. These pits were lined with stones and heated by fire, then covered to keep the warmth inside. The food would be slowly cooked by the heat radiating from the stones, making it both energy efficient and effective for colder seasons. In addition to these ingenious ways of staying warm and cooking, the relationship between Native Americans and their animals was one of mutual respect and utility. They didn't just use animals for food or clothing, they used them in ways that were deeply connected to survival. Dogs, for example, were not only companions or workers, they were also integral to surviving the winter. Many tribes, particularly in the northern regions, used dogs as sled pullers, helping to transport food, clothing, and other supplies across the snow. The dogs with their thick fur coats helped to insulate their owners during cold journeys. What's more, dogs would often sleep in the same shelters as their owners, providing additional warmth during the bitter nights. This wasn't just a practical choice, it was also a recognition of the partnership between humans and animals in the fight for survival. Dogs weren't simply beasts of burden. They were companions who shared the struggles of winter, and whose presence added another layer of warmth those difficult nights. Interestingly, the role of dogs in winter survival was not just limited to the Arctic or cold climates. In the Great Plains, where winters were harsh but less extreme than the far north, dogs were equally vital for helping to transport goods and supplies. Even though horses would eventually become the primary form of transport for many tribes, dogs were often the first animals to help carry supplies across snowy landscapes. This role didn't fade away with the introduction of horses, rather it shifted with dogs continuing to play a role in daily life, helping their owners in small practical ways during the cold months. In many ways, this cooperative relationship between humans, animals, and the environment shows just how deeply embedded survival was within the cultures of Native American tribes. The balance they maintained between using and respecting the land, the animals, and the resources available to them was a testament to their wisdom and adaptability. Their methods weren't simply about surviving, they were about thriving in the most challenging conditions imaginable. The animals, the materials, and even the very structure of their homes were all part of a carefully crafted system of living that enabled them to endure winter's harshest conditions. But what truly set these survival methods apart was their adaptability. Native American tribes across the continent were not static in their approach to the cold. They were dynamic, constantly refining their methods and learning from the land around them. This deep adaptability to the seasons, the environment, and the animals was a key to their success in surviving winters without the constant reliance on fire. Instead, they used a combination of knowledge, resources, and shared effort to overcome the cold and make it through until the warmth of spring returned. Historians still argue about the extent to which fire played a role in winter survival. Some suggest that the control of fire was far more advanced than we realize, pointing to the existence of controlled burns and efficient use of fire for cooking and warmth. Others, however, emphasize how Native Americans were able to thrive in the cold without needing to rely heavily on fire for survival, and how their ability to live with the natural world made them resilient in ways we often overlook. What is clear, though, is that Native Americans were some of the most resourceful and resilient people to have ever lived in such extreme conditions. Surviving the bitter winters of North America without the luxury of fire inside a home might seem impossible, but for Native American tribes, it was not only possible, it was a way of life. This deep connection to the environment and a profound understanding of the land around them allowed these tribes to endure some of the harshest climates on Earth. From the frozen tundra of the far north to the snowy plains and forests of the east, each tribe had its unique strategies for staying warm. But no matter where they lived, they shared a common thread. They relied on a combination of ingenuity, communal effort, and a deep respect for the natural world. The core of their survival strategies lay in their ability to use every available resource to its fullest potential. One of the most important aspects of survival was insulation, creating a barrier between the cold outside world and the warmth of the body. The clothing Native Americans wore was as varied as the environments in which they lived, yet each garment was designed with one purpose in mind: warmth. For those living in the northern regions, animal pelts were a lifesaver. The fur from animals like deer, bison, and even wolves was used to create cloaks, boots, mittens, and hats. What made these furs so effective wasn't just their thickness, but also the properties of the hair itself. The fur traps air, creating an insulating layer that keeps warmth close to the body. The Inuit in particular mastered the use of seal and polar bear pelts, which were not only insulating but also water resistant. The fur was often worn with the voice, the fur side facing inward to trap body heat, while the outer layers were made from tougher materials to protect against wind and snow. These layers were essential in ensuring that no warmth escaped and no cold could get in. Interestingly, one of the quirkiest features of some of these garments was the way they were tailored. For example, Inuit clothing often included a feature that we would think of as highly impractical mittens with separate fingers. But these mittens were not designed to keep the fingers separate for ease of use. Instead, the fingers were kept together for warmth. Heat is lost more rapidly when fingers are spread apart. These gloves were designed specifically to retain warmth in the most efficient way possible, showcasing the deep knowledge that Native Americans had of how to survive in extreme conditions. Historians still debate the specific methods used by different tribes to process animal pelts. Some argue that these techniques were passed down through generations of trial and error, while others believe that certain innovations were developed more quickly through contact with other tribes. In any case, it's clear that the skill and knowledge involved in making these garments were far more advanced than most people realize. The process of turning an animal pelt into clothing involved meticulous care, from skinning the animal to preparing the hide and then stitching it into a garment. The entire process was a testament to the survival skills and ingenuity of Native American peoples. When it came to shelter, there was no one-size-fits-all solution. The design of homes varied depending on the environment and the available materials, but one thing remained constant: every shelter was designed to be as efficient as possible at retaining warmth. In the far north, where wood was scarce, the solution was to build homes from snow. The Inuit built igloos, which were far more than simple shelters made of snow blocks. These igloos were carefully constructed with a slight dome shape to ensure that the walls provided maximum insulation while deflecting the wind. Inside, the temperature could be as much as 50 degrees warmer than the freezing cold outside, proving that snow, despite being associated with cold, could actually be a highly effective insulator. Historians are still fascinated by the design of igloos, with some experts arguing that they are an example of ancient engineering. The method of building igloos involved a deep understanding of both materials and the physics of heat transfer. It's widely accepted that the igloo's unique design made it incredibly efficient at trapping the heat from a small fire or body warmth inside, ensuring that the temperature would remain comfortable even when outside temperatures plummeted to life-threatening lows. However, some still debate whether igloos were the best choice for all northern peoples, or whether other types of shelter were equally effective in different regions. In other regions, such as the woodlands and plains, the approach to shelter was more focused on using available materials like wood bark and hides. The Iroquois and Algonquin tribes, for instance, lived in longhouses, which were large communal dwellings made from wooden frames and covered in layers of bark. These longhouses were designed with both the cold and the social structure of the tribe in mind. The larger the family or group, the more warmth could be shared, and the longhouse allowed for communal living that kept everyone close together. Fire would be used sparingly inside these homes, often only for cooking or brief warmth. The goal was to create a tight-knit community of warmth, using the close proximity of bodies to generate enough heat to survive the cold. On the plains, the design of teepees was a perfect example of how Native Americans worked with the environment. The teepees were conical, which allowed snow and wind to slide off the structure, leaving the inside relatively protected from the elements. The interior was often divided by a central fire, which provided warmth for the inhabitants, but the smoke hole at the top of the teepee allowed smoke to escape, ensuring that the air inside didn't become stale or dangerous. As in the longhouses, the efficiency of these shelters was tied to the number of people inside. The more people, the more warmth, and these shelters allowed tribes to conserve resources and make it through the winter months by huddling together and sharing warmth. It was a communal effort that highlighted how survival was never an individual endeavour. Everyone worked together to make it through the long, cold months. But even more remarkable than the shelters and clothing were the methods used to keep bodies warm during the night. Without the luxury of a constant fire or heated blankets, Native Americans relied on the warmth of the earth itself. One clever technique involved heating stones and placing them inside homes or beneath bedding. These hot rocks would slowly release heat throughout the night, keeping people warm while they slept. This method was efficient and required minimal fuel. It also allowed for warmth in places where fire would have been impractical, like small tents or homes made from materials that couldn't withstand constant exposure to flames. This ingenious technique wasn't just practical, it was also a testament to how Native Americans understood the natural world and how to use its resources to their advantage. The use of heated stones is a practice that has been passed down through generations, and it still provides useful insight into how ancient peoples could survive without the conveniences of modern technology. Even today, people in colder climates use similar methods such as heating stones or bricks to provide warmth in homes that don't have central heating. So the next time you feel the chill of winter creeping in, remember that while we might have modern heaters, there's a wealth of wisdom and resourcefulness in the methods used by Native Americans to survive the harshest conditions. Their ingenuity and respect for the land were more than just survival strategies, they were a way of life. Through clever use of clothing, shelter, and the earth itself, they were able to not only survive winter's cold, but to thrive in it, turning adversity into an art. Winter in the far north of North America wasn't simply a matter of enduring harsh temperatures, it was a profound test of resilience and ingenuity. Native American tribes didn't just survive the cold, they thrived using methods that were finely tuned to the environment around them. Their ability to navigate and flourish in these frigid climates wasn't based on a single approach to survival, but rather a collection of strategies that worked in harmony. Whether it was the art of layering clothes, the clever design of shelters, or the deep understanding of natural resources, everything played a role in how they stayed warm and kept their communities alive. While many people might assume that the key to surviving cold winters is simply staying warm, Native American survival strategies often focused on more subtle, holistic methods. Take, for example, the materials used for clothing. In regions where temperatures could drop far below freezing, the clothing worn by Native Americans was not just a luxury or a fashion statement, it was a carefully crafted survival tool. Layers of animal pelts, including those from bison, deer, and even rabbits, were expertly chosen and prepared to provide maximum insulation. These furs were more than just outer layers. They formed a complete system of warmth. The idea of layering wasn't new, but Native Americans had mastered it long before modern clothing designers. The key to their success lay in the materials they chose and how they combined them. Animal pelts were often used as the outer layer, offering protection against wind and water, while the inner layers were composed of softer, insulating materials like fur wool or even the soft underbelly of the animal. The result was a clothing system that was not just functional but adapted to the varying challenges of different climates. In fact, when researchers look back on these garments, they often marvel at how well these primitive materials held up against conditions that would have rendered modern clothing useless in such environments. Historians still debate how early Native Americans developed these methods of clothing, with some suggesting that the knowledge came from centuries of trial and error, while others think that there may have been trade or cultural exchange that accelerated their advancements in clothing design. One thing is certain, though. Their clothing was not only warm but also lightweight, enabling them to remain mobile even in the harshest conditions. It's remarkable how practical and versatile these garments were, allowing people to hunt, travel and survive during the bitterest months of the year. Another critical aspect of winter survival was the design of homes. In the far north, where wood was scarce and resources were limited, igloos became the go-to shelter for many tribes. While we tend to think of igloos as small, isolated structures, their design was far more sophisticated than we often give them credit for. Built from carefully stacked snow blocks, igloos were incredibly efficient at maintaining warmth. The thick, compact snow used to build the igloo acted as a natural insulator, keeping the heat from body warmth trapped inside. This was no accident. This design had been honed over centuries to deal with extreme cold and wind. In fact, inside an igloo, the temperature could be as much as 50 degrees warmer than the outside air. A quirky tidbit about igloos is that they were often built in a specific shape and size, based on the number of people they had to house. Larger igloos could accommodate several families, while smaller versions were designed for individual use. The snow blocks were carefully cut and shaped with a slight dome to ensure that heat would rise and settle inside. It's astonishing how effective this simple yet innovative shelter was at keeping the cold at bay. While today's modern homes might be filled with all sorts of high-tech insulation, the principles behind the igloo's design remain largely unchanged. It's a testament to the incredible resourcefulness of Native Americans and their ability to adapt their environments to their needs. In other regions, particularly where wood was more abundant, the design of homes took on a different shape. Longhouses, commonly associated with the Iroquois and other tribes of the Northeast, were another brilliant example of how Native Americans adapted to the harsh winter months. These longhouses were made from wooden frames and covered with layers of bark, moss and leaves. Their long, narrow design helped maximize the amount of heat that could be retained inside while minimizing the amount of exposure to the cold. Much like the igloos, these structures were built with efficiency in mind. The communal nature of these homes also allowed families to share warmth, making the longhouse a center of both social and physical survival during the winter. Scholars still argue whether the longhouse was the most efficient design, or whether other forms of shelter used by different tribes such as the wigwam or the tipi were better suited to extreme winter conditions. Some suggest that the longhouse's size and communal living were essential to its success, while others point to the flexibility and compactness of the tipi as a better way to conserve heat. What is clear is that Native Americans took every opportunity to optimize their living conditions, ensuring that their shelters were as effective as possible for surviving the cold. Along with the design of shelters, one of the most crucial aspects of surviving winter was the ability to gather, store, and prepare food. During the cold months, access to fresh food was limited, so tribes had to become experts in preserving what they could gather during the warmer months. Drying, smoking, and freezing meat were common preservation methods, with fish, game, and even berries being preserved for future use. Meat in particular played a crucial role in the diet of Native Americans during the winter months, as it provided the protein and fat necessary to sustain energy levels during the coldest days. A fascinating part of this food preservation process was the use of animal fat. This wasn't just for cooking. Fat from animals like bison, elk, and even beavers was used as an important source of calories to keep warm. Many tribes were careful to render the fat and store it for use throughout the winter, adding it to soups, stews, and other dishes to help maintain the body's energy levels. The fat itself was a vital part of the diet, not only for its caloric value, but also for its ability to provide sustained warmth during long cold nights. Interestingly, while meat and fat were essential to survival, they weren't the only foods relied upon during the winter months. Roots, nuts, and berries were also part of the Native American diet, particularly in regions where hunting was more difficult. These plant-based foods were carefully preserved through drying and smoking, ensuring that they could be available during the colder months when fresh food was scarce. These plants also provided essential nutrients that complemented the meat-heavy diet, providing vitamins and minerals that helped prevent scurvy and other deficiencies during the long winter. Historians have long debated the role of plant-based foods in the Native American winter diet. Some argue that while meat and fat were the primary sources of sustenance, the use of plants was just as important for maintaining overall health and preventing malnutrition. Others suggest that plant-based foods were more of a supplement to the diet, with animal products being the main focus of winter nutrition. Regardless of the specific balance, it's clear that Native Americans were resourceful in their use of all available food sources to survive the harshest months of the year. As we reflect on how Native Americans survived the bitter cold of winter, it becomes clear that their strategies were a perfect blend of ingenuity, deep knowledge of the environment, and an understanding of how to work with nature rather than against it. There wasn't a single solution to the winter chill. It was a holistic approach where clothing, shelter, food, and communal living all played their part. Every aspect of survival was intertwined, with each tribe adjusting their methods to their specific environment and available resources. Yet one of the most remarkable features of their winter survival was how they understood the interdependence of all these elements working in harmony to create an effective, sustainable way of life. Consider the approach to transportation during the harsh winter months. As snow blanketed much of North America, mobility became a serious challenge. But the Native Americans didn't simply remain stationary during the cold season. They had mastered the art of travel in deep snow and on frozen landscapes. Snowshoes, a brilliant invention, allowed them to travel across snow-covered terrain without sinking. These shoes weren't just a simple accessory, but an innovation honed over generations. What's fascinating is the variety of snowshoes used by different tribes. In the northeastern woodlands, where the snow wasn't as deep, but the terrain was often forested, snowshoes were smaller and more maneuverable. These smaller snowshoes allowed individuals to navigate through trees and brush more easily, a crucial skill for hunting and gathering in the winter. In contrast, tribes living on the Great Plains or in the Rockies developed larger, more durable snowshoes designed to float over deep snow and travel across vast open spaces. The design of these snowshoes, made primarily from wood and rawhide, reflected the unique needs of the people who used them. This level of adaptability to the environment shows how every tool, no matter how seemingly simple, was carefully crafted to address the challenges posed by the cold. Historians still debate how snowshoes were developed across different regions. Some believe that the design spread through trade and cultural exchange between tribes, while others argue that each region developed its snowshoes independently. Regardless of their origins, snowshoes were one of the most effective tools for surviving winter travel, allowing Native Americans to hunt, gather, and trade despite the frozen landscapes. Now let's consider a different form of mobility that wasn't necessarily about snow, but about adapting to extreme cold: the role of dogs in winter survival. Dogs were essential for more than just companionship or as pack animals. They were indispensable for survival during the winter months. Used for pulling sleds, dogs helped transport goods, supplies, and even firewood across snow-covered landscapes. Their thick fur coats made them perfectly suited to the cold, and their loyalty and strength made them invaluable members of the tribe's survival team. A quirky tidbit to note is that the use of dogs for sled pulling and as pack animals predated the use of horses for many tribes. While horses were eventually adopted for transportation, and hunting dogs had a long-standing history as the primary draft animals in several northern and subarctic regions. In fact, many tribes who lived in the coldest parts of North America were still using dogs for these tasks well after the introduction of horses, as dogs were better adapted to pulling sleds through deep snow. While dogs were a major asset in transportation, they also played a crucial role in warmth. Dogs would often sleep in the same shelters as their human companions, curling up together for mutual warmth. This shared sleeping space didn't just provide comfort, it was another example of how communal living helped conserve warmth in the coldest months. The bond between humans and dogs was not just one of utility but also of shared survival. In many ways, the presence of these animals in Native American winter life highlights a relationship that was deeply intertwined with both survival and companionship. Scholars still debate the exact role of dogs in winter survival across the many tribes. Some argue that dogs were primarily working animals crucial for transportation and hunting, while others believe that their role as warm companions and protectors was just as important in the harsh conditions. What is clear, however, is that the integration of dogs into daily life was a key factor in the ability of Native Americans to thrive in such extreme conditions. Food, of course, was the cornerstone of survival in winter. We've already explored how meat, particularly bison and other large game, was essential for staying warm and nourished. But the role of fish cannot be overlooked, especially in regions near rivers and coastlines. Salmon, for example, was a vital food source for many Pacific Northwest tribes. These fish were rich in fats which help sustain energy levels and keep the body warm. The abundance of salmon during the fall meant that tribes had a steady supply of food for the winter months, and the fish were carefully preserved by smoking or drying. One particularly fascinating aspect of salmon preservation is how Native Americans used the process to ensure a steady food supply. In the Pacific Northwest, for example, large quantities of salmon were caught, then smoked and stored in specially constructed drying racks. These drying racks were often built near rivers where the cool breeze helped the drying process. Once smoked, the salmon could be stored for months, providing a crucial food source when fresh food was unavailable. A scholarly debate still surrounds the exact methods used to preserve and store food, particularly fish. Some experts suggest that the preservation techniques were not only driven by necessity, but were also deeply embedded in the cultural practices of the tribes. Others believe that the methods evolved over time as a response to increasing population sizes and the need to secure food for longer periods. Either way, it's clear that preserving food was one of the central elements of survival during the harsh winter months. It's also worth noting that the food preparation techniques used by Native Americans went far beyond simply preserving meat. For example, many tribes had complex systems for creating soup, stews, and other dishes that were rich in both fat and nutrients. These meals were designed to provide long-lasting energy, helping to sustain individuals through long cold nights when the world outside was covered in snow and ice. In addition to meat and fish, Native Americans also turned to plant-based foods, especially in regions where game was more scarce. Roots, berries, and nuts were gathered and preserved for winter consumption. Some tribes even used herbs and other plant materials for medicinal purposes, ensuring they remained healthy throughout the cold months. These plant-based foods played an essential role in keeping the body nourished, especially when fresh food wasn't available, and they also helped to prevent illnesses that might arise in the challenging winter months. It's clear that food wasn't just about filling the stomach during winter, it was about maintaining balance and health. The careful preparation, preservation, and consumption of food ensured that the body stayed strong, able to endure the harsh elements of the season. Whether it was the fatty meats of bison or the dried fish of the Pacific Northwest, every food source was chosen with one goal in mind: survival. As winter tightened its grip on the landscapes of North America, every part of life became focused on surviving the extreme conditions. Native American tribes didn't simply endure winter, they had crafted an entire way of life that was designed to thrive in the harshest environments. Each tribe had developed its own methods for coping with the cold, relying on a deep understanding of nature, an extraordinary capacity for innovation, and a culture of communal cooperation. These survival strategies weren't just about getting by. They were about mastering the elements and creating systems that allowed the community to flourish even in the harshest months of the year. One of the most crucial elements of this survival system was the ability to adapt to regional conditions. In the far north, where temperatures could plummet to life-threatening lows, the need for warmth was paramount. In these areas, clothing made from animal furs became the foundation for survival. The Inuit who lived in the Arctic regions developed specialized garments crafted from seal and polar bear furs. These materials were perfect for extreme cold, and the way they were used was nothing short of ingenious. The furs were not just worn as outer layers, they were layered with the fur side facing inward to trap heat and the skin side facing outward to resist the wind. Interestingly, the garments were designed to keep body heat as close to the skin as possible without allowing it to escape. These highly specialized clothes would often cover the entire body from head to toe, leaving minimal exposure to the cold air. The effect was remarkable. Inside these layers, the body would stay warm, even when the temperatures outside could drop as low as -40 degrees Fahrenheit. This clever use of fur clothing wasn't just about survival, it was also about creating a system of layers that could be adjusted depending on the situation. For example, if the weather warmed up slightly, layers could be removed, allowing the wearer to stay comfortable in changing conditions. Historians are still fascinated by how these garments designed so long ago were capable of providing warmth in ways modern clothing often fails to do. Some suggest that the Native Americans' keen understanding of insulation was derived from centuries of trial and error, while others speculate that their contact with other cultures might have accelerated their developments in clothing technology. While clothing was essential for surviving the cold, it wasn't enough on its own. The shelter was just as important, and the ingenuity behind Native American dwellings was truly extraordinary. In regions like the Arctic, the igloo became the shelter of choice. At first glance, an igloo might seem like an impractical and temporary structure made simply from blocks of snow, but in reality it was a highly effective and sophisticated design specifically engineered to preserve warmth. The structure of an igloo was made to maximize insulation by using snow, which despite its cold exterior is a natural insulator. The compacted snow helped trap heat inside, keeping the temperature inside significantly warmer than the freezing cold outside. A curious aspect of igloos is that their design not only protected against the cold but also against the winds that would often make winter survival even more challenging. The dome shape of the igloo was perfectly suited to deflecting the wind and snow, ensuring that the warmth inside was maintained. This design was honed over generations, with the best builders understanding how to cut and arrange the snow blocks to create the perfect structure. Inside an igloo, the temperature could be as much as 50 degrees warmer than the temperature outside even during the harshest conditions. Historians and architects are still in awe of how such a simple structure could maintain such warmth with no other heating source except the biddy and a small oil lamp. However, igloos weren't the only type of shelter used by Native American tribes in the north. Many groups in the northeast, such as the Iroquois and Algonquin, built longhouses to survive the cold months. These longhouses were constructed using materials readily available in their environments like woodbark and reeds. The design of these homes was not only practical but also social. Longhouses were large communal dwellings that allowed multiple families to live together, providing mutual warmth and support. The long narrow shape of these homes helped preserve heat, and the thick bark used for the exterior acted as a natural insulator, keeping the cold at bay. What's remarkable about longhouses is how they reflect the communal spirit that was so integral to Native American life. Instead of individual family homes, which might have required constant upkeep and the burning of valuable firewood, the longhouse allowed many families to share resources and warmth. The central hearth of the longhouse provided heat, but the heat from the families living inside also contributed to maintaining a comfortable temperature. This communal approach to shelter was essential to surviving the winter months, and reflected the deep bonds of cooperation within the tribe. Scholars still debate whether the use of communal living, as seen in longhouses, was more advantageous than the more solitary dwellings used by other tribes. Some suggest that the shared warmth and social cohesion of the longhouse made it the most efficient form of winter shelter, while others point to the flexibility and mobility of structures like the teepee as the superior solution for different environments. What is clear, though, is that every tribe found a way to create the most effective shelter possible, and each approach was perfectly suited to the environment in which it was built. Food preservation was another key element of survival during the long cold months. As the winter months approached, Native Americans knew that the availability of fresh food would dwindle. Hunting and fishing were still crucial during the winter, but it was the preservation of food that allowed tribes to survive through the lean months. Meat from large game like bison, elk, and moose was carefully preserved through drying, smoking, and freezing. These preservation techniques were passed down through generations, each tribe perfecting methods that suited their local environment and available resources. One of the most unique preservation techniques used by tribes in the northern regions was ice storage. Some tribes would use ice to preserve their food throughout the winter. Large quantities of fish and game were carefully packed in ice and stored in cool, insulated areas. This method allowed them to keep their food fresh and accessible, even when fresh hunting was no longer possible. Fish in particular played a major role in the diet of many northern tribes. Salmon, for example, was smoked and dried to preserve it for long periods, ensuring a steady food source during the coldest months. Historians still argue whether fish preservation was more critical than hunting and meat preservation, or if the combination of both was equally important. Some scholars emphasize the role of fish as a high-protein food source that could be easily preserved and stored, while others focus on the rich fat content of large game as essential for keeping warm. Regardless of the exact balance, it's clear that food preservation was essential for survival, and that Native Americans had mastered the art of keeping their food available throughout the winter months. In many ways, food wasn't just about survival. It was about maintaining energy and strength in the face of adversity. The high-fat diet that many tribes relied on wasn't just for warmth. It was necessary to sustain the energy required for hunting, gathering, and even travelling across snow-covered landscapes. This fat-rich diet played a vital role in keeping people strong enough to endure the long, hard winter months. Surviving winter without modern heating systems or insulated clothing may sound like an unimaginable feat yet. Native American tribes across North America perfected the art of braving the cold through a remarkable combination of ingenuity, deep environmental knowledge, and resourceful living. They didn't just adapt to their environments. They became experts in utilizing every natural resource available to thrive in the harshest winters. From designing highly efficient shelters to crafting clothing that could withstand freezing temperatures, each aspect of their daily lives was finely tuned for survival. One of the most ingenious aspects of winter survival among Native Americans was their use of shelter. While many of us might think of a shelter as simply a place to sleep, for these tribes, their homes were carefully crafted fortresses designed to withstand the brutality of the cold. In the northernmost regions, igloos were the shelter of choice for many Inuit and Arctic tribes. Constructed from blocks of compacted snow, igloos were far more than temporary structures made hastily from available materials. They were perfectly engineered shelters designed to conserve heat. Snow, despite being cold to the touch, is actually an excellent insulator, and the compacted blocks trapped body heat within the structure. What makes the igloo so fascinating isn't just its construction, but its unique ability to maintain warmth. In fact, the temperature inside an igloo could be up to 50 degrees warmer than the outside temperature. Historians often marvel at this accomplishment, as the igloo was built using a material snow that seems at odds with its purpose of warmth. Yet this clever design made the igloo one of the most effective shelters for extreme cold, allowing its inhabitants to survive freezing temperatures without relying on a large indoor fire. Some scholars even argue that igloos may have been a far more effective winter shelter than the larger log homes used by other tribes in different regions thanks to the insulating properties of snow and the careful shape of the dome. However, igloos weren't the only way to survive the winter. In areas where snow wasn't as prevalent or where wood was more abundant, tribes constructed homes using readily available materials like bark, leaves, and wood. For example, the Iroquois and other tribes in the northeast used longhouses, large rectangular structures made from a framework of saplings and covered in bark. These homes were built to house extended families and were designed for warmth and protection against the elements. The shape and structure of the longhouse allowed for easy heat retention, and the bark used for the walls served as an insulating layer. The design of longhouses not only provided shelter, but also fostered a communal way of life. Families lived together in a shared space, creating warmth through proximity and shared body heat. This communal living was essential for survival, as the cold could be unforgiving, especially during the long dark months of winter. Some historians suggest that communal living may have been the key to winter survival for these tribes, as the collective warmth of a group could be enough to stave off the cold. Yet there are debates about whether the longhouse was universally the best solution for all Dobutha tribes, or if smaller, more mobile homes like the teepee offered better protection in certain regions. Tipis were the homes of the Plains tribes, and while they were primarily designed for mobility, they were also surprisingly effective at retaining heat. The conical shape of the teepee allowed snow and wind to slide off, creating a structure that could remain warm even in severe conditions. A fire in the centre of the teepee provided heat, and the smoke hole at the top allowed for ventilation without letting in the cold air. The construction of the teepee was practical for nomadic lifestyles, allowing families to pack up and move easily when food sources or shelter conditions changed. In many ways, the teepee reflected the adaptability of the Plains tribes as it balanced the need for warmth with a need for mobility. Historians still debate whether the teepee was the ideal structure for all Plains tribes, or whether other shelter types may have been more appropriate for particular environments. Some argue that the portability of the teepee made it ideal for nomadic peoples, while others point out that the conical shape, though effective against wind, could have been less efficient for long-term habitation in more settled regions. Regardless of this debate, what is clear is that the teepee and similar dwellings were fine-tuned to suit the needs of the tribes that used them, proving just how adaptable Native Americans were in surviving the cold. Another critical element of survival was clothing. Just as shelters were designed to retain warmth, the clothing worn by Native Americans was carefully crafted to provide maximum insulation without adding excessive bulk. The materials used for clothing were as diverse as the tribes themselves, but one constant was the use of animal pelts and furs. The furs from animals such as deer, bison, and elk were used to create everything from outerwear to boots, mittens, and hats. The thick fur trapped warm air close to the body while the skin acted as a barrier against wind and moisture. One interesting aspect of this clothing is the attention to detail in the tailoring. For instance, the Inuit used seal and polar bear pelts for clothing, and their garments were designed with specialized features to ensure that body heat was retained even in the most extreme conditions. These garments often had hoods that covered the face and neck, and many were lined with fur for extra warmth. The Inuit also crafted their boots and mittens in a way that minimized heat loss from extremities where the cold can first take hold. Interestingly, the design of mittens used by many tribes in the northern regions often featured separate fingers, which might seem counterintuitive when the goal is to keep warm. However, these mittens were designed to keep the fingers together, as heat is lost more quickly when fingers are spread apart. This simple yet effective design helped to conserve warmth in the coldest of climates. Historians often marvel at how these garments designed long before modern technology were capable of keeping people alive in such brutal conditions. Some argue that the clothing innovations developed by Native American tribes were the result of years of trial and error, while others believe that cultural exchange played a role in advancing these designs. Even in areas where colder temperatures weren't as extreme, The careful selection of materials and the art of layering remained vital to winter survival. Clothing was never simply about protection from the cold, it was about comfort, flexibility, and the ability to remain active in difficult conditions. The clothes allowed for freedom of movement, which was essential for hunting-gathering and travelling during the winter months. Scholars continue to debate the true extent of the role of clothing in Native American survival, with some focusing on how fur garments were adapted over time, and others exploring how these garments served social or ceremonial purposes beyond mere practicality. Regardless of the specific focus of these debates, one thing is clear: clothing, shelter, and the innovative use of natural resources were all integral to surviving the harsh winters of North America. When we think about winter survival, the importance of staying warm often overshadows other crucial factors of survival. Yet in the case of Native American tribes, warmth was only part of the equation. Equally important was the ability to stay nourished and energized throughout the long cold months. Food not only provided the necessary fuel to keep the body warm, but also ensured the tribe's survival by maintaining strength and health. Just as with clothing and shelter, Native Americans developed unique, highly effective methods for ensuring that they could access sufficient nutrition during the harshest of winters. While hunting and fishing remained essential throughout the colder months, their preservation of food played an even more critical role. In regions with long, frigid winters where fresh food would become scarce, tribes had to develop sophisticated methods of food storage and preservation. One of the most commonly used preservation techniques was drying. Meat from large game such as bison, elk, and moose was carefully butchered and then dried to remove moisture, preventing spoilage. This dried meat, sometimes called jerky, could be stored for months and served as a reliable source of protein when fresh meat was no longer available. Interestingly, jerky wasn't just a method of storing food, it was a part of many tribes' dietary staples. For instance, the Plains tribes would dry large quantities of bison meat during the warmer months and then rely on this preserved meat during the winter. Jerky was often mixed with other ingredients such as berries, fats, or grains to create a high-energy food that could sustain people through long periods when hunting wasn't an option. The preservation of fish also played a major role in winter survival. In coastal areas and regions near rivers, fish was abundant, and methods for preserving it, such as smoking and drying, were commonly used. Salmon in particular was a key food source for many tribes along the Pacific coast. These fish were caught in large quantities and preserved by drying or smoking them, creating a nutritious and easily stored food supply. The process not only ensured that fish could be eaten throughout the winter, but the preservation method itself added a distinct flavour and richness to the food. Historians continue to explore whether fish preservation techniques were as crucial as the preservation of game meat. Some suggest that fish, particularly salmon, was the primary source of protein in certain regions, while others point out that meat from land animals played a larger role in sustaining the tribes during the winter months. Regardless of the exact balance, the preservation of both fish and meat was a fundamental part of surviving the winter. Additionally, it wasn't just animal products that were preserved. Native Americans also relied on the preservation of plant foods such as roots, berries, and nuts to supplement their diet in the winter months. For example, in the Great Lakes region, tribes harvested wild rice, which was stored for later use. This high-protein grain was often dried and stored in large quantities, in the same way berries and nuts gathered during the summer were dried and stored in baskets for use in the winter. These plant-based foods were critical not only for their nutritional value, but also for the vitamins and minerals they provided, essential for keeping the immune system strong during the long cold months. A quirky tidbit about Native American food preservation is the use of animal fat. In many northern regions, animal fat was a crucial component of the winter diet as it provided a dense source of calories and energy. Bison, deer, and bear fats were rendered down and stored for cooking or added to food to make it more calorie-dense. This fat wasn't just a cooking ingredient, it played an integral role in maintaining the body's warmth. In fact, some tribes relied heavily on fat-rich foods during the winter to ensure that they had enough energy to carry out daily tasks, whether it was hunting, maintaining their homes, or simply enduring the cold. In fact, fat-rich diets were so essential for winter survival that they have become the subject of ongoing debate among historians and nutritionists. Some experts suggest that the high-fat, high-protein diet was necessary for survival during harsh winters as it provided long-lasting energy and helped people stay warm. Others argue that it was the combination of fats, proteins, and plant-based foods that made up a balanced diet capable of sustaining a tribe through months of cold. This discussion continues with modern scholars attempting to understand the balance between animal and plant-based foods in these diets. In addition to the careful preservation of food, the hunting and gathering process itself was another vital aspect of survival during the winter months. Many tribes adapted their hunting techniques to be more efficient during the cold. For example, in areas with deep snow, specialized tools and techniques such as snowshoes and sleds were used to transport game across snow-covered terrain. These tools allowed hunters to move quickly and efficiently, ensuring that they could bring home enough meat to feed their families. Hunters often worked together in groups, increasing the chances of success. One method employed by several tribes was hunting in teams where the group would drive herds of bison or other large game into traps or enclosures. This technique required precise coordination and an in-depth knowledge of animal behavior. Large game like bison were especially important in winter, as they provided not just food but also hides, bones, and other materials that could be used for shelter, clothing, and tools. The meat from bison was particularly calorie-dense, making it an ideal food source for the long winter months. While much of the focus of winter survival in Native American cultures was on hunting, it wasn't the only method for securing food. In the warmer months, tribes would gather large quantities of wild plants, which were then dried and stored. In addition to roots, berries, and nuts, many tribes also harvested grains such as wild rice or maize, which could be stored and eaten during the winter. These plant-based foods, alongside dried meat and fish, created a well-rounded diet that sustained tribes through the harshest winters. Historians are still unsure whether the success of these preservation techniques was due to cultural ingenuity, adaptation to the environment, or a combination of both. What is undeniable, however, is that Native Americans had developed an intricate system for ensuring they had enough food to survive through the winter months. This system of food preservation, along with the strategies for hunting and gathering, played a crucial role in allowing Native American tribes to thrive in some of the coldest, most challenging climates on Earth. As winter settled in, the challenges for Native American tribes weren't limited to just staying warm or finding enough food. The cold also had profound implications for their daily lives and survival strategies. Without modern conveniences like central heating, advanced insulation, or electricity, every action from building shelter to preserving food had to be deliberate and based on years of accumulated knowledge passed down through generations. It wasn't simply about enduring the cold, but rather about living in harmony with the elements, understanding how to work with the land to make it a part of their survival. Perhaps one of the most critical elements in ensuring survival during the winter was how Native American communities maintained the warmth of their homes. As we've seen before, many shelters were designed to conserve heat, such as the igloo longhouses and teepees. However, these structures were not only built for heat retention, they were constructed with an awareness of wind patterns, snow buildup, and temperature changes. Each type of home was perfectly suited to the particular climate and lifestyle of the tribe. For example, the longhouses built by the Iroquois and other northeast tribes were designed not only to accommodate several families, but to help insulate them from the cold. The bark used to cover the frames of these homes acted as a barrier to the wind, while the communal nature of the longhouse meant that several people lived together, contributing their body heat to keep the temperature inside as warm as possible. Fire was kept to a minimum inside the home, but even small fires combined with the warmth from multiple people living in close quarters were enough to keep the interiors relatively warm during even the coldest nights. Tipis used by the Plains tribes were built with similar considerations. Their conical shape allowed the wind to blow over the structure without allowing it to penetrate, keeping the interior warmer than the outside air. The interior of a teepee would often have a fire in the center to provide warmth, but the smoke hole at the top allowed for ventilation to prevent the smoke from becoming overwhelming. This efficient design made teepees an ideal shelter for nomadic tribes who needed to move frequently, but still required a space to keep warm during harsh winters. One intriguing aspect of teepee design is the way the structure helped to conserve heat, while ensuring that the fire inside didn't consume all of the available fuel. The teepees had small openings at the base that allowed the wind to pass through, and they were sometimes covered in layers of animal skins or other materials that would help to trap heat. Some historians suggest that these features allowed tribes to remain relatively warm while using minimal firewood. The fire was not meant to create an intense heat, but rather to add warmth over time, conserving energy and keeping the fire from being exhausted too quickly. This careful management of heat was a fundamental part of the survival strategies in the plains regions. Although the importance of shelter and protecting against the cold is well understood, the more subtle elements of warmth in Native American winter survival deserve attention as well. Many tribes also relied on the heat that was stored in the earth itself. Several groups, particularly those in the Great Plains, would dig pits or use natural depressions in the earth as a form of shelter. These dugout homes were insulated by the surrounding earth, and the ground provided natural warmth, particularly when the temperatures outside plummeted. The Earth's ability to retain heat during the day and to release it at night was a crucial feature of these structures, making them incredibly effective at maintaining warmth without needing a constant fire. Scholars still argue about the exact origins and usage of these underground dwellings. Some believe they were used primarily by more settled tribes, while others suggest that nomadic tribes also used dugout homes when they needed a more permanent shelter. There's also a debate about the exact level of insulation that these homes provided, but it's clear that they were a highly effective solution to keeping warm during the cold months. The combination of earth and the natural heat it retained provided a refuge from the brutal outdoor temperatures. These dugout homes were often built in areas with access to wood for constructing the frame, but once the structure was complete, the earth would be packed around it to provide insulation. The doorways were small and often led down into the home, where the temperature remained relatively constant compared to the freezing air outside. It was this constant temperature coupled with the insulation from the earth that made these homes so effective at keeping the cold at bay. Another key component of survival during the winter months was communal cooperation. While much of the focus on survival strategies emphasizes individual resilience, the role of community cannot be overstated. Native American tribes understood that survival depended on working together, especially during the harsh winter months. This sense of shared responsibility was woven into every aspect of life, from hunting and gathering to cooking and preserving food, and even in maintaining warmth. For example, families in longhouses, teepees, and other communal dwellings would often share the resources they had gathered, wood, food, or firewood, making sure that the collective needs of the group were met. Moreover, many tribes had established systems for sharing resources that were rooted in respect for the land and one another. In times of scarcity, families and individuals relied on each other to get by. If one family was struggling to find enough food, others would step in to share what they had. This cooperative approach didn't just apply to food, it extended to the maintenance of the home and the sharing of warmth. During particularly harsh winters, the warmth of the home came not only from firewood and insulation, but from the close bonds that connected people. Together, the community could endure the cold and make it through until the spring thawed the land. A fascinating aspect of this communal approach is the way it was organized. Some tribes use shared spaces not only for shelter, but also for communal activities such as cooking, storytelling, and even sleeping. For example, in some communities, the longhouse would also serve as a place for collective gatherings and celebrations where members of the tribe could stay warm while sharing news, food, and company. This sense of belonging and mutual aid was essential for survival, reinforcing the idea that it was not just the individual's resilience, but the strength of the entire community that made winter survival possible. Historians continue to study the ways in which Native Americans adapted to their environments, particularly in relation to communal living and resource sharing. Some focus on how these practices were shaped by the harshness of the environment, while others explore the cultural significance of these communal bonds. The ongoing scholarly debate highlights how essential these connections were not just for warmth, but for creating a sense of unity and interdependence that helped tribes survive the most difficult times. When we consider the survival of Native American tribes during the coldest winters, it's easy to think that their main focus was simply on staying warm. Yet the story of winter survival is more complex than just battling the cold. It involves a careful, multifaceted approach that included not only the basics of shelter, food and warmth, but also the understanding of nature's rhythms and how to live in balance with the environment. This knowledge wasn't just passed down as a set of survival skills. It was woven into the very fabric of their daily lives, their culture and their deep spiritual connection to the land. One key area where Native Americans showed their remarkable resilience was in how they managed their relationship with the cold. In contrast to modern societies that turn to electricity and technology to maintain comfort, Native Americans worked with the environment in much more organic ways. This relationship was not just practical but also spiritual. As many tribes believed that the cold winter months represented a time for reflection, rest, and renewal, not just hardship, the way they constructed their homes was a direct reflection of this deep knowledge and respect for the land. Take, for example, the winter shelters built by the Great Lakes tribes. These shelters, often constructed from bark thatch and animal pelts, were meticulously designed to be not just functional, but spiritually significant. The longhouses, large and communal in design, allowed multiple families to live together in close quarters. This living arrangement wasn't simply about surviving the cold. It was also about reinforcing social bonds and ensuring that every member of the tribe was cared for during the harshest months. Interestingly, longhouses were not only built to withstand cold temperatures, they were also designed with the idea of collective energy in mind. By sharing warmth, people could more effectively endure the cold. The warmth wasn't just from fire, though fire played its part, but from the shared human presence. The more people inside the shelter, the more heat was generated simply by being together. This understanding of human warmth wasn't a casual observation. It was a critical component of survival. In these close-knit communities, families helped one another, shared their food and resources, and kept each other warm during the darkest, coldest months of the year. Historians continue to debate the exact origins and evolution of longhouses, while some suggest that they were primarily a practical design developed through necessity. Others believe that they also held cultural and symbolic significance. The longhouse was more than just a physical shelter. It was a space that brought people together, creating unity in the face of adversity. Scholars argue that it was this deep sense of community nurtured by the shared experiences in the longhouse that helped tribes survive the rigors of winter. In contrast, in the plains and forests, teepees were the go-to shelters for many tribes, including the Lakota and Cheyenne. The design of the teepee was entirely practical, shaped by centuries of trial and error. With its conical structure, it efficiently shed wind and snow while keeping the inside warm and protected. The teepee's design was well suited to the nomadic lifestyle of the plains tribes. When conditions changed or game moved to different areas, these easy-to-assemble structures allowed families to quickly pack up and move to a new location without losing the warmth and shelter they had built. Interestingly, teepees were often built with an open space in the center to house a fire. The fire was central to the warmth of the teepee, but its smoke was carefully managed with a hole at the top which allowed for ventilation without letting the cold air in. This clever design kept the interior warm, but also ensured that the fire didn't consume all the oxygen or become dangerous. Some argue that the smoke hole was not just a practical feature but a symbolic one. Fire in many Native American cultures represented life and warmth. Allowing this symbol to continue safely inside their homes was a reflection of both practicality and spirituality. The role of fire during these cold months brings us to an interesting aspect of winter survival fire management. While fire was crucial for warmth and cooking, it wasn't always used in the way we might imagine. In fact, many Native American tribes were highly conscious of fire's potential danger, especially inside smaller enclosed spaces, while they relied on small controlled fires to warm their homes and cook food. They did not burn fires continuously as we might do today. The fire was carefully tended, and once it was no longer needed, it was allowed to die down, keeping both heat and smoke levels under control. Historians still debate how fire management evolved in Native American tribes, particularly in the colder regions. Some scholars argue that the careful approach to fire was an adaptation to prevent the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning in tightly enclosed spaces. Others believe that fire management was simply a matter of practicality, minimizing the need for fuel while maximizing warmth. Regardless, fire played an integral role in maintaining warmth during the cold months, but it wasn't the sole factor in keeping people alive. Another fascinating element of survival in winter was how these tribes hunted and gathered in the cold. While hunting was an obvious means of obtaining food, the methods used were as important as the game itself. For example, in the Great Plains, bison provided the essential food and materials necessary for survival. These animals were hunted using sophisticated strategies that involved driving entire herds into traps or off cliffs. This wasn't just a matter of killing an animal for food, it was an intricate part of the tribe's way of life. These communal hunts required coordinated effort and precise timing, and they were integral to the tribe's survival during winter months when food was scarce. Historians still argue whether hunting techniques were more about sustenance or about maintaining the tribe's social structure. Some suggest that hunting, especially communal hunts, was a vital social ritual that reinforced bonds between tribe members. Others believe that these hunts were purely practical, driven by the immediate need for food. Either way, the techniques used in hunting were honed to perfection over generations, ensuring that tribes had enough to eat during the winter months. What is fascinating is how these techniques were passed down not just through word of mouth but through communal participation. Young tribe members would learn the intricacies of hunting by becoming part of the process. This method of learning was not only practical but spiritual, as hunting was often tied to beliefs about the interconnectedness of all life. Many tribes believed that by hunting in harmony with nature, they were ensuring the survival of their people for generations to come. Scholars also debate the role of plants in winter survival. While it's clear that meat was essential, plant-based foods played a critical role in maintaining a balanced diet. Wild roots, berries, and nuts were gathered in the warmer months and dried for winter use. These foods were not just fillers, but important sources of vitamins and minerals, especially when fresh fruits and vegetables were unavailable. Some argue that these plant foods were just as important as the meat for maintaining health, while others point to the high-protein, high-fat diet as the primary source of sustenance during the cold months. In the end, Native American tribes survived the winters not by relying on a single method or resource, but by integrating all aspects of their lives into a cohesive strategy for survival. The land, the animals, the plants, the fire. All of these elements were interwoven in ways that allowed people to adapt and thrive, despite the most difficult conditions. Today, when we think about how we might survive a winter without modern amenities, we can look to these ancient peoples for inspiration. Their strategies developed over thousands of years remind us that with knowledge, respect for nature, and communal effort, even the harshest winters can be endured. As we continue to explore the extraordinary survival strategies of Native American tribes in the winter, it's clear that one of the most remarkable aspects of their approach was how they used their surroundings to not just survive, but to live in harmony with nature's rhythms. It wasn't just about brute endurance. It was about finding ways to turn the challenges of winter into opportunities for growth, strength, and renewal. Whether it was in their choice of shelter food preservation methods or even the tools they used, every aspect of winter survival was guided by an intimate knowledge of the natural world. One of the most fascinating tools used by Native Americans in the winter was the snowshoe. These unassuming yet ingenious devices allowed people to traverse deep snow with ease transforming what could have been an exhausting and dangerous ordeal into something manageable. Snowshoes were crafted with exceptional care, using materials like wood rawhide and even animal sinew. The designs varied depending on the region and the specific needs of the tribe. In the northeast, where the snow was deep but the forest-dense snowshoes were smaller, enabling greater maneuverability among trees and brush. On the Great Plains, where snow might cover vast expanses of open land, snowshoes were larger and designed for covering greater distances across the snow. Historians often find it fascinating how these seemingly simple tools were so precisely adapted to the needs of the people. Some scholars argue that the design of snowshoes wasn't just a practical innovation, but a key to maintaining the nomadic lifestyle of certain tribes. By allowing individuals to travel easily over the snowshoes, made it possible to continue hunting, gathering, and trading, even when the landscape was covered in thick snow. Others point out that these tools weren't just about utility, they also had a cultural significance. Snowshoes, like many tools used by Native Americans, were intricately crafted and often decorated, turning a survival tool into a work of art. There's also a scholarly debate about how these tools spread throughout North America. Some experts believe that the basic concept of snowshoes was developed independently by different tribes, while others suggest that there was cultural exchange between tribes that led to the spread of these innovations. Whether it was a result of independent invention or shared knowledge, what remains clear is that snowshoes were integral to surviving the winter months, allowing Native Americans to stay mobile in even the most challenging conditions. Another tool that played a crucial role in winter survival was the sled. Much like snowshoes, sleds were adapted to the needs of the environment, allowing Native Americans to transport heavy loads across snowy terrain. The sleds were usually pulled by dogs, whose thick fur coats made them well suited to the cold. This collaboration between humans and dogs was essential for ensuring that tribes could move supplies, food, and other essential materials during the winter. Dogs were not only companions and protectors, they were vital to survival, and their role in winter transport cannot be overstated. Interestingly, sleds weren't just used for practical purposes, they were also used for ceremonial and cultural reasons. In some tribes, sled races were a common winter activity, providing both entertainment and a way to strengthen bonds within the community. These sleds, while essential for survival, also reflected the culture and values of the people who used them. For example, sleds used for transport were often beautifully crafted, and the designs varied based on the tribe and their region. Some sleds were simple utilitarian models, while others were highly decorative, showcasing the craftsmanship and artistry that was an integral part of Native American life. Scholars continue to explore the evolution of these tools and their cultural significance. There is ongoing research into how sleds and snowshoes might have influenced the development of other forms of transportation, both within Native American societies and beyond. Some historians believe that the sleds and snowshoes used by Native Americans had an indirect influence on European settlers who arrived later, adapting these tools for their own use. This reflects the way that Native American innovations were often shared, modified and adapted to meet the changing needs of different people over time. Beyond tools and shelters, there was a deeper spiritual connection that guided many aspects of survival during the winter months. For many tribes, the winter was not just a time of hardship, but also a season of reflection and spiritual renewal. The long cold months provided an opportunity to rest and recuperate both physically and spiritually. It was a time when many tribes engaged in rituals and ceremonies designed to honor the land, the animals, and the spirits that governed their lives. These rituals were not just symbolic, they were deeply practical, reminding people of their connection to the earth and reinforcing the importance of living in harmony with nature. A quirky tidbit is that many Native American tribes believed that animals played a significant role in their survival during the winter. The animals, whether they were hunted for food, used for clothing, or worked alongside humans in other ways, were seen as spiritual beings who gave their lives for the survival of the people. The winter months when food was scarcer were especially sacred. and many tribes practiced rituals to honor the animals they depended on. For example, some tribes would hold ceremonies to thank the spirits of the animals they had hunted, offering a portion of the meat as a tribute before the winter months began. Historians continue to debate the role of spirituality in Native American winter survival. Some scholars believe that the spiritual and ceremonial practices were essential to the tribe's ability to cope with the harsh winter, providing a sense of purpose and community. Others argue that these rituals were secondary to the more practical survival strategies such as food preservation, shelter, building, and clothing design. Regardless of the perspective, it's clear that spirituality played a central role in how these communities approached the cold, long winters, providing not only physical warmth, but emotional and mental strength as well. As we look back on these winter survival strategies, we can't help but marvel at the ingenuity and resilience of the Native American tribes. They had developed a sophisticated system for surviving some of the coldest, most unforgiving winters imaginable. From the design of their shelters to the use of animals for warmth and transport, every aspect of their lives was finely tuned to the environment in which they lived. Even more impressive is how these survival methods were passed down through generations, ensuring that the knowledge of how to thrive in winter would never be lost. Historians still argue whether the traditional knowledge of winter survival was shared between tribes through cultural exchange or whether each tribe developed its methods independently. Some suggest that the techniques were universal, adopted by all groups who faced the same challenges, while others propose that each tribe's methods were unique to their particular environment. Regardless of the origins, what remains clear is that Native American survival strategies were the result of generations of careful observation, trial and error, and adaptation to one of the most challenging environments on Earth. As we venture deeper into understanding how Native American tribes survived the harshest of winters, it becomes increasingly clear that survival wasn't merely a matter of finding shelter or gathering food. It was about integrating their entire way of life into the demands of the environment. This wasn't just practical survival, it was a lifestyle shaped by deep respect for the land, the animals, and the rhythms of nature. Every aspect of life, from the clothes they wore to the tools they used, was an expression of their relationship with the natural world. One of the more fascinating elements of their winter survival was how they made the most of the natural resources available to them. Wood, for example, was often difficult to come by in some areas, yet it still played an essential role in building tools, shelters, and even creating warmth. In the forests of the Northeast and the Great Lakes, wood was more readily available, and tribes like the Iroquois used it extensively to create their longhouses. These homes were constructed using wooden frames, which were then covered with layers of bark or other natural materials. The construction of these homes wasn't just about creating shelter. It was about working with the resources that the forest provided. The thick bark, for example, was not just for protection against the cold, but was also an effective way of keeping out moisture. Interestingly, longhouses were often designed with the structure of the forest itself in mind. The natural surroundings shaped the design of these homes, with trees and other plant materials providing not only shelter, but also insulation from the cold. Historians still argue whether the longhouse was primarily a survival tool, or if it had deeper cultural significance. Some scholars suggest that the design of these homes was meant to reflect the interconnectedness of life, the way the tribe was deeply rooted in the earth and surrounded by the forces of nature. Others believe the longhouses were purely functional, with their long, narrow shapes, making them highly efficient at conserving heat. Whatever the interpretation, there's no denying that the longhouse was a remarkable creation that allowed tribes to endure the winter. However, even with all of their ingenuity, survival didn't rely solely on shelter, food, or tools. There was also the matter of staying mentally and spiritually healthy throughout the cold months. For many Native American tribes, the winter wasn't just about surviving. It was about reflection, rejuvenation, and renewal. This time of year was often regarded as a spiritual season, one where individuals could slow down and connect more deeply with their surroundings and their beliefs. In the same way that winter provided physical rest, it offered a time for mental and emotional rest. Many tribes held ceremonies and rituals during the winter months to honor the spirits of the land, the animals, and their ancestors. These ceremonies weren't just about survival in the immediate sense, they were about maintaining harmony with the natural world. Some tribes would offer gifts to the spirits of animals they had hunted, showing gratitude and respect for the sacrifice those animals made to provide food, clothing, and tools. These rituals were integral to maintaining the tribe's spiritual well-being, reminding them that their survival was interconnected with the health of the land and the animals. A quirky tidbit to consider is that these winter rituals weren't just a way to cope with the cold, they were also times of community and togetherness. The winter months, though difficult, allowed for bonding and unity within the tribe. Families would gather, tell stories, and share their knowledge of the land. During this time, children were often taught the skills they would need to survive in the coming year. Many of the skills passed down from generation to generation were not just practical, but also deeply spiritual. For instance, skills in crafting tools, hunting, and building were often taught alongside lessons about respect, gratitude, and the balance between nature and humanity. Historians often debate the exact role these spiritual practices played in survival. Some suggest that the rituals and ceremonies helped to strengthen community bonds which were vital during times of scarcity. Others argue that the practices were primarily about maintaining a spiritual balance with the world around them. Regardless of the precise motivations, it's clear that these spiritual practices were as much a part of survival as the tools, food, and shelter. They provided a sense of purpose and unity that allowed the tribe to face the challenges of winter with resilience and strength. But surviving the cold wasn't always just about staying warm or maintaining spiritual health. Sometimes it required sheer willpower and an unwavering understanding of the environment. Many tribes practiced a unique form of living off the land, a method of survival that required knowing how to find sustenance in even the most barren environments. While much of this knowledge revolved around hunting, gathering, and fishing, there were also a number of innovative practices for using the natural world in unexpected ways. For example, in areas where food was especially scarce, tribes would use plants that were often overlooked by settlers. Roots like wild ginger and sweet potato, which were native to certain parts of North America, provided essential nutrients when animal food sources were limited. These roots were either eaten directly or dried for storage. In addition to providing nourishment, many of these plants had medicinal properties that helped tribes to stay healthy during the winter months. Scholars still debate how much of this plant knowledge was passed down through trial and error versus cultural exchange. While it's widely accepted that the tribes developed much of this expertise independently, there are some who argue that cultural exchanges between neighbouring tribes and even early European settlers may have facilitated the sharing of plant-based survival techniques. Regardless of how the knowledge spread, it's clear that it played a significant role in ensuring survival during times when other food sources were scarce. In addition to plants, other natural resources such as minerals were used in ways that we might not expect. For example, certain tribes used clay to create pottery that helped in cooking and storing food. This clay was often collected from riverbeds and other natural sources where it could be shaped into bowls, jars, and other containers. The use of clay for both cooking and storage ensured that food was preserved for longer periods, helping tribes maintain their resources through the winter. Some scholars even argue that the use of natural resources extended beyond the practical to the aesthetic, suggesting that the pottery, clothing, and other items created by Native Americans were not only functional but beautiful. The intricate designs that adorned everyday objects often had symbolic meanings and were deeply connected to the tribe's spiritual beliefs. This connection between function and art exemplifies how Native Americans integrated every aspect of their environment into their way of life. As we look back at these winter survival strategies, we realize that Native American tribes didn't just survive, they thrived in many ways through their deep understanding of the environment. Their ability to live in harmony with nature, their resourcefulness, and their resilience are testament to their extraordinary survival skills. Historians continue to study these strategies, often debating the specific methods used by different tribes. While we may never fully understand every detail, the legacy of these survival techniques and the knowledge that was passed down remains an invaluable resource for understanding how humans can adapt to the most challenging conditions. When we reflect on how Native American tribes survived the harsh winters, it's clear that it wasn't just about staying warm or making shelter. It was about living with the land in a way that ensured not just survival, but a thriving existence through the coldest months. Their deep connection to nature, built on generations of knowledge, created strategies that were as much about respecting the earth as they were about adapting to its challenges. It wasn't only the physical aspects of survival, such as food and shelter, that mattered. Their methods were deeply tied to their spiritual beliefs, community bonds, and respect for the animals they relied on. One remarkable element of their winter survival was how they maintained a delicate balance between utilizing resources and protecting the land. For example, many tribes practiced sustainable hunting methods that ensured the animals they depended on for food, clothing, and tools remained plentiful. They did not hunt carelessly. Instead, they hunted with deep respect for the animals and believed that the animal's spirit would live on through the use of its body, which helped sustain them through the cold. This balance between taking what was needed and honoring the life of the animal was fundamental to their way of life. A quirky tidbit of this sustainable practice involved the spiritual belief surrounding hunting. Before a hunt, many tribes would hold ceremonies or offer prayers to the animals, asking for their permission and expressing gratitude for their sacrifice. This practice wasn't just about appeasing the animal's spirits, it was also about reinforcing the bond between the tribe and nature. These rituals helped to remind the hunters that their survival depended on the health and abundance of the natural world, and in return they gave back through rituals and respect. Historians still debate the spiritual implications of these hunting practices. While some scholars argue that these rituals were essential to maintaining the tribe's connection to the land, others believe that the sustainability of these practices was driven more by practical necessity and an understanding of how to ensure the survival of the animal populations. Regardless of the perspective, it's clear that these hunting practices were as much about spirituality as they were about survival, and they played an important role in the overall health and balance of the ecosystem. Beyond hunting, Native Americans were incredibly resourceful in their use of plants and other natural materials during the winter months. While they relied heavily on animals for food, clothing, and shelter, they also understood the importance of plant-based resources. In fact, many tribes had an extensive knowledge of local plants, knowing which were edible, which could be used for medicinal purposes, and which were valuable for creating tools or other necessities. Some tribes even relied on plants like sage, sweetgrass, and cedar, which had medicinal properties and were believed to have spiritual significance. The use of plants wasn't limited to food. Certain plants were used to make teas or infusions that could help with ailments common during the winter, such as colds or coughs. Others were used to create soaps, dyes, or even tools. For example, the tough fibers of certain plants like yucca or nettles could be used to weave baskets, ropes, and mats. This deep knowledge of plant life was passed down through generations, ensuring that tribes could make the most of the natural world even in the coldest months when food was scarce. Interestingly, the process of gathering and preparing these plants wasn't just about using them for practical purposes, it also tied into spiritual practices. Some tribes believed that plants had spirits and their use in daily life was a way to honor those spirits. For example, some plants were used in sacred ceremonies not just for their medicinal or utilitarian value, but as a form of offering or connection to the divine. Scholars continue to explore the ways in which plants were integrated into Native American life. Some suggest that the use of plants was primarily based on necessity, while others argue that plants were deeply woven into the spiritual fabric of the tribe's culture. Some even believe that the careful harvesting of plants during the winter months was a form of environmental stewardship, ensuring that the land remained abundant for future generations. This ongoing debate highlights just how integral plants were to winter survival, not only for sustenance, but also as a key component of cultural and spiritual practices. As we look at the tools and technologies that the Native American tribes developed for winter survival, we find yet another example of their ingenuity. One of the most important tools for surviving winter was the sled. These simple yet effective devices were essential for transporting goods, supplies, and game across snow-covered terrain. In the far north, sleds were often pulled by dogs whose thick coats made them well suited to the cold. This relationship between humans and dogs was integral to survival, as dogs helped to carry heavy loads over long distances and in return were provided with food and shelter. Interestingly, sleds weren't just used for transportation, they were also used in many winter festivals and social gatherings. Some tribes held sled races which served not only as entertainment, but also as a way to strengthen communal bonds. These races helped to improve sledding skills, ensuring that when the time came to travel or hunt, the tribe could move efficiently through snow and ice. This dual-purpose use of sleds, both for survival and for social interaction, demonstrates the balance between practicality and community that was central to Native American winter survival. Historians still argue whether sleds were primarily a practical tool or whether they held a more symbolic role in winter life. Some researchers suggest that the sled was an essential tool for nomadic tribes, providing a way to move supplies during the harshest months. Others believe that sled races and social events were just as important, helping to maintain the tribe's sense of unity and spirit during the long, isolating winters. Whether used for travel or recreation, sleds played a crucial role in the survival of these communities, helping to foster both practical resilience and social cohesion. Another remarkable aspect of winter survival was the way Native Americans managed their food supply. In addition to hunting and fishing, they were expert preservers of food, knowing exactly when and how to gather dry and store food for the winter months. Dried meats, fish, and berries were stored in cool, dry places, often in underground storage pits that helped keep the food fresh and protected from the elements. These methods were far more than just about having enough food to last the season. They were about understanding the natural preservation methods that allowed for long-term sustainability. Some tribes also created caches of food along migration routes, ensuring that they would always have a reliable food source, no matter where they were. These caches were often hidden or stored in places that only members of the tribe knew about, ensuring that their supplies were protected from both natural threats and enemies. This deep knowledge of the land, the seasons, and the needs of the tribe helped to ensure that the people would not go hungry even during the coldest, most difficult months. Scholars continue to debate the most efficient methods of food preservation used by Native Americans. Some argue that drying and smoking were the primary methods used to preserve meat and fish, while others suggest that the use of underground storage pits or even ice storage was just as important. This ongoing debate highlights how Native American tribes utilized every available resource to ensure they had enough food to make it through the long, harsh winters. Ultimately, the survival strategies of Native American tribes were an intricate web of knowledge, respect, and innovation. Every tool, every practice, and every ritual was designed to ensure that the tribe not only survived the winter, but thrived in it. Whether it was the careful management of fire, the strategic use of food and resources, or the deep spiritual connection to the land, these survival methods were a testament to the resilience, resourcefulness, and wisdom of the people who lived in some of the most challenging environments on Earth. When we look at the challenges Native Americans faced during the harshest of winters, it becomes clear that their survival was based on more than just basic needs. Their ability to thrive in some of the coldest, most unforgiving environments on Earth stemmed from a unique blend of deep knowledge, respect for the land, and highly sophisticated techniques passed down through generations. Every decision, from the design of their shelters to the way they sourced and preserved food, reflected their remarkable adaptability to the environment. One critical element of survival was the way Native Americans managed their relationship with fire. While fire was indispensable for warmth and cooking, it wasn't the constant central feature of their homes that we might imagine. Native Americans, particularly those living in areas with limited firewood or tight quarters, were highly mindful of how they used fire. Many tribes avoided keeping large fires burning indoors overnight, which could consume too much of their precious fuel and create dangerous air quality issues. Instead, they employed controlled small fires which were used only when absolutely necessary. These fires provided warmth and light, but were often not used continuously. Historians still argue whether the limited use of fire indoors was primarily due to practicality or was driven by spiritual beliefs. Some experts suggest that the concern over fire safety and the conservation of fuel drove this behaviour, while others speculate that the avoidance of large indoor fires was also a reflection of the respect Native Americans had for fire as a spiritual force. Regardless of the reason, it's clear that the careful management of fire was integral to survival. It helped maintain warmth during cold nights without consuming too much fuel or creating hazards that could lead to a loss of shelter. In contrast to fire management, many Native American tribes developed ingenious techniques for conserving heat in other ways. One of the most fascinating features of their shelters was the use of insulating materials that were sourced from the land. For example, animal pelts, including those of bison, deer, and bears, were used not just for clothing but also as insulative materials within homes. The hides were often used to line the interiors of shelters or beds, providing an additional layer of warmth against the cold. These pelts were carefully prepared, softened, and sewn into blankets or mattresses, allowing the warmth generated by the human body to be retained for longer periods. In areas where wood was scarce, animal pelts also played a crucial role in shelter construction. The Inuit and other Arctic tribes, for example, used seal and polar bear hides to construct not only clothing, but also sturdy covers for their snow shelters. These covers acted as a barrier against wind and snow, which were constant threats during winter. Even in regions with more abundant wood, the versatility of animal pelts meant that they were never wasted. From clothing to bedding, these materials provided essential warmth and comfort during the coldest months. Another key aspect of survival was the role of communal living, which helped provide warmth and support during the winter months. For many Native American tribes, the winter was not only a time for physical survival, but a time for deepening communal bonds. This communal approach to living had practical benefits, as the warmth generated by people living close together could help stave off the worst of the cold. For example, the longhouses used by the Iroquois and other eastern tribes were designed to house multiple families, and the shared heat from bodies and small fires helped keep the interiors of these longhouses warmer than they would have been otherwise. Interestingly, the communal nature of these homes wasn't just practical, it also had spiritual significance. Many tribes believed that living together in such close proximity reinforced the bonds between families and the tribe itself. It helped promote a sense of collective responsibility and unity, which was essential for survival. The concept of shared responsibility for the well-being of the group was deeply ingrained in Native American cultures. Everyone from the eldest to the youngest played a role in ensuring that the tribe had enough food, warmth, and shelter during the winter months. This communal spirit wasn't just about survival, it was about maintaining harmony within the tribe and ensuring that each member's needs were met. The design of shelters like the tipi used by Plains tribes reflected a similar understanding of community and adaptation to the environment. While the tipi was designed for mobility, it also featured practical elements for survival, such as a small fire in the center of the structure. The fire provided warmth but was carefully controlled to prevent excessive smoke or a fire hazard. The conical shape of the tipi allowed snow and wind to be shed efficiently, providing protection from the elements, while retaining the heat generated inside. Just like longhouses, tipis fostered a sense of communal living, as the people inside shared warmth and resources, helping everyone stay protected from the cold. However, it wasn't just about using materials efficiently and living communally. Native Americans also understood the importance of maintaining their health during the long winter months. One of the key ways they did this was through the use of medicinal plants, which were often gathered in the warmer months and dried for winter use. These plants weren't just for curing illness. Many were used to boost the immune system and help the body remain strong during times when fresh food was scarce. For example, wild herbs like echinacea and elderberry were prized for their immune-boosting properties and were often made into teas or poultices to treat colds or infections. Some plants were also used to treat ailments common during the cold winter months, such as frostbite or hypothermia. For instance, the sap from pine trees was used by some tribes to treat cuts and wounds, and the resin was known for its antiseptic properties. Similarly, other plants like juniper were used to treat respiratory issues which were more common during the cold season when people spent more time inside. These natural remedies provided not only physical relief, but also mental comfort as they represented a form of control over the harsh conditions of winter. The use of medicinal plants was just one part of how Native Americans maintained their overall health during the winter. They also relied on traditional diets that were designed to keep their bodies strong and well-fueled throughout the season. As we've discussed earlier, the high-fat diets of many tribes played an essential role in helping them maintain energy and warmth. Fat-rich foods such as bison, elk, and other large game provided the calories needed to keep the body warm during the coldest nights. Additionally, fish and other sources of protein were often dried or smoked for preservation, ensuring that these nutrients were available even when fresh food couldn't be obtained. While historians recognize the importance of these foods in maintaining strength, there is ongoing debate about how important diet was compared to other survival factors. Some argue that the ability to preserve and store food for the long winter months was just as critical as the food itself. Others suggest that it was the nutritional content of the foods, particularly the fats and proteins, that allowed Native Americans to maintain their health during the colder months. Whatever the focus of the debate, it's clear that Native American diets were carefully designed to meet the specific needs of the people, allowing them to survive even in the most challenging climates. One thing that stands out in all of this is the remarkable adaptability and resourcefulness of Native American tribes. Every detail of their winter survival strategies, from their knowledge of animal behavior to their ability to craft tools, shelter, and clothing, reflected their deep connection to the land. They understood the land not as a separate entity, but as a partner in survival, one that required respect, patience, and knowledge. As we continue to examine the incredible winter survival techniques developed by Native Americans, we are reminded that true resilience isn't just about enduring the elements. It's about thriving in harmony with nature. Their ability to live in such difficult environments for thousands of years is a testament to their ingenuity, wisdom, and adaptability. In their knowledge of how to survive the winter, Native Americans created a blueprint for how humanity can live in balance with the world around them, even in the harshest of conditions. As we delve deeper into the survival strategies of Native American tribes during the winter months, one thing becomes abundantly clear. Their ingenuity and resilience were not just the result of individual efforts, but of a deep cultural knowledge that had been passed down through countless generations. Survival was a community effort rooted in an intimate understanding of the environment and the cyclical nature of the seasons. The way they approached winter was both practical and spiritual, with every action tied to an underlying respect for the earth and the creatures that inhabited it. One of the most fascinating aspects of Native American winter survival was their use of the land and its natural rhythms. While we might think of winter as a time of scarcity, Native American tribes often saw it as a time for renewal. During the colder months, when food was less abundant and the days shorter, many tribes turned inward, focusing on communal bonding, rest, and spiritual reflection. This was not just a break from the busy tasks of the warmer months. It was a chance to rest the body and soul. The winter, therefore, was as much about rejuvenation and reflection as it was about survival. This period of rest and reflection also involved a deep engagement with nature's cycles. For many tribes, winter was seen as a time when the earth slept, and they would honor this natural cycle through rituals and ceremonies. These practices were not simply about ensuring a good harvest or a successful hunt in the following year. They were also about maintaining harmony with the world around them. Winter gave the land time to heal, and the people respected that. They would offer thanks to the spirits of the animals they had hunted and the plants they had gathered, recognizing the role these creatures played in ensuring their survival through the long months of cold. Interestingly, many of the winter rituals were designed not only to honor the earth, but to ensure the tribe's continued survival. Tribes would often hold ceremonies that involved asking for guidance, protection, and strength. These rituals were deeply tied to the seasons and reflected a worldview that saw all things animals, plants, humans, and spirits as interconnected. It was through this spiritual connection that many Native American tribes were able to find the mental strength and resilience needed to endure the difficulties of winter. Historians and anthropologists continue to explore the role that spirituality played in Native American winter survival. Some scholars argue that these rituals helped to bolster the tribe's sense of community and mental fortitude, which was just as important as the practical survival methods. Others suggest that the ceremonies were more about ensuring balance and harmony with nature, which would lead to a more fruitful and prosperous year ahead. Whatever the interpretation it is clear that these rituals played a crucial role in the tribe's abilities to not just survive but thrive in such a harsh environment. Another aspect of winter survival was the role of communal activities, which helped to keep spirits high during the long cold months. During winter, when hunting was less frequent and food sources became more limited, the tribes would come together for feasts, storytelling, and socializing. These activities were not just about filling the stomach, they were about maintaining a sense of unity and purpose. In times of scarcity, sharing food and resources became an act of solidarity. Families and individuals would offer what they had to ensure that no one went without. Interestingly, the sharing of food and resources was not just a practical matter, it was also a reflection of the tribe's values and worldview. In many Native American cultures, generosity and reciprocity were seen as fundamental virtues. The act of sharing wasn't limited to physical goods, it extended to knowledge, time, and effort. Elders shared their wisdom, stories, and lessons, with the younger generation teaching them how to survive the winters and honor the earth. The passing down of knowledge was a key component of survival, ensuring that each generation could build upon the lessons learned from the past. Historians still debate whether these communal activities were purely survival strategies or if they also had deeper symbolic meanings. Some experts suggest that the practice of communal feasts and storytelling helped to reinforce social bonds and mental resilience, while others argue that these activities were vital for ensuring the tribe's cultural continuity, helping to preserve traditions and teachings for future generations. Regardless of the interpretation, the role of community in surviving winter was undeniable. It was through these shared experiences that tribes were able to maintain their strength and unity during the most challenging months of the year. The connection between survival and community wasn't limited to social activities, it also extended to the way resources were shared. When hunting was successful, meat wasn't just kept for the immediate family, it was shared with others in the tribe. This practice ensured that no one went hungry even when food was scarce. In some tribes, this communal sharing was governed by specific rules and customs, which helped to ensure that resources were distributed fairly. These practices were deeply embedded in the social structure of Native American tribes, reflecting a worldview that saw the well-being of the community as inseparable from the well-being of the individual. A critical part of winter survival was the need to be resourceful with every element of the environment. For instance, when hunting, nothing went to waste. Every part of the animal was used from meat to bone to hide. The bones could be made into tools, the meat preserved and shared, and the hides used for clothing or shelter. This practice of using every part of the animal was rooted in respect for the creature's sacrifice and a deep understanding of how to maximize the resources available. The ability to use everything the land provided ensured that tribes didn't just survive, they thrived with minimal impact on the environment. Interestingly, Native American tribes did not just focus on survival in a physical sense. They also developed mental and emotional strategies to cope with the challenges of winter. These strategies often involved keeping busy with practical tasks like weaving crafting tools and preparing for the upcoming seasons. By staying occupied, individuals could stave off the mental toll that long cold winters might otherwise bring. Crafting was not only a means of survival, it was also a creative outlet, allowing people to express themselves and pass the time in a meaningful way. Some scholars argue that these creative outlets were just as vital to survival as food and shelter. They were ways to maintain a sense of purpose and identity, even in the bleakest of seasons. These activities, whether they involved making tools, crafting clothing, or creating art, served as an important outlet for creativity and community bonding, fostering resilience and mental fortitude. As we move through the winter months, we can gain insight from the way Native American tribes managed to survive and even thrive during the most difficult seasons. Their methods were not based on any single element, but were the result of a balanced approach that combined practical survival techniques with spiritual awareness, mental resilience, and a deep sense of communal connection. Today, as we face our own challenges, there is much to learn from their understanding of survival and harmony with the natural world. In the face of some of the harshest winter conditions, Native American tribes developed survival techniques that went far beyond merely enduring the cold. Their ability to not only survive, but to thrive during the coldest months was shaped by a complex interplay of environmental knowledge, community collaboration, and spiritual practice. Each tribe, depending on its region, created tailored solutions to difficulties posed by winter, and these methods were a testament to their profound adaptability and resourcefulness. Take, for instance, their method of preserving and storing food for the long winter months. While many people today rely on modern refrigeration or frozen food, Native Americans had their own methods that were just as effective. Tribes across the continent used a variety of preservation techniques that allowed them to store food safely and ensure that they had enough to last through the harshest parts of the year. These preservation methods included drying, smoking, and even freezing depending on the region and available resources. In the northern regions, where fresh food was difficult to obtain during winter, preservation was critical to survival. Many tribes, such as those in the Great Lakes region, relied heavily on fish, particularly salmon, which was abundant in the warmer months. Salmon was dried and smoked to preserve it for the colder seasons, ensuring that tribes had access to this vital source of protein when hunting was more difficult. These preservation techniques weren't limited to fish. Game meat like deer, elk, and bison was also dried or smoked to keep it edible for months. Historians still debate whether these preservation methods were primarily driven by necessity, or whether they also had a cultural and spiritual significance. Some experts argue that these practices were purely utilitarian, developed out of necessity for survival. Others suggest that food preservation rituals were deeply intertwined with Native American spirituality, where giving thanks for the animals and plants that provided sustenance was just as important as the physical act of storing food for winter. Regardless of the underlying motivation, what remains clear is that these techniques allowed Native American tribes to endure the coldest months of the year without facing starvation. Beyond the preservation of food, Native American tribes also utilized the environment in other resourceful ways to stay warm during the coldest months. Animal pelts, as we've already seen, were vital not just for clothing but for insulation in shelters. In regions where firewood was scarce and the use of large fires indoors was impractical, these pelts were used to line the insides of homes and to create bedding that trapped warmth. In the northern climates where temperatures could plummet to freezing levels, pelts from animals such as bison, deer, and even wolves provided critical insulation. Interestingly, the use of pelts wasn't just limited to clothing and bedding. Some tribes, particularly in the Arctic and subarctic regions, used pelts to create entire structures, from tents to makeshift shelters. In these harsh environments, it wasn't uncommon for a tribe to rely entirely on the materials that the land and animals provided. The Inuit, for example, used seal and polar bear skins not just for clothing, but for the construction of their igloos. These homes were designed to hold the warmth inside, trapping the heat generated by a small fire or body heat, and allowing the inhabitants to survive even in the coldest conditions. Some scholars argue that the use of animal pelts in this way was not only a practical necessity, but also a reflection of the deep respect Native Americans had for the animals they relied on. These pelts were often seen as a gift from the animal spirits, and the act of using them for survival was considered a form of honoring the creature that had provided for the tribe. This spiritual connection to the land and its creatures helped to foster a sense of gratitude, ensuring that the tribe used every part of the animal from meat to hide in a sustainable and respectful manner. As the tribes adapted to the changing seasons, they also learned to manage the physical and emotional toll that the winter months could bring. Winter was a time of introspection, rest and renewal, and many tribes embraced it as an opportunity to slow down and reconnect with their deeper spiritual roots. This period of rest wasn't just about surviving the cold, but about preparing for the challenges ahead. It was a time to reflect on the past year's successes and struggles and to plan for the future. The long dark months of winter provided an opportunity for storytelling and passing down knowledge. Elders would gather the younger members of the tribe to teach them the skills and wisdom needed to survive. These lessons weren't just about hunting and gathering, but about understanding the cycles of the seasons, the behavior of animals, and the spiritual connection between the people and the land. Storytelling wasn't just a form of entertainment, it was a method of education, ensuring that each generation would learn from the experiences of the previous one. Interestingly, storytelling also had a deep spiritual significance. Many stories involved animals, plants, and natural elements reflecting the tribe's belief in the interconnectedness of all things. These tales helped to reinforce important cultural values, such as respect for nature, cooperation, and humility. They also provided a source of mental strength during the difficult winter months when isolation and the physical hardships of the season could weigh heavily on the mind. Historians continue to explore the role of storytelling in Native American cultures, with some suggesting that it was a form of mental and emotional survival. The ability to share stories helped maintain a sense of community and provided an outlet for processing the struggles of winter. Others argue that storytelling was a deeply spiritual practice, serving as a way to communicate with the spirit world and ensure the tribe's continued success in the seasons to come. Regardless of the interpretation, storytelling was a central part of how tribes navigated the emotional and spiritual challenges of winter. Alongside these cultural practices, the physical tools and technologies developed by Native American tribes were essential for survival. Snowshoes, which we have already discussed, were perhaps one of the most ingenious inventions. These tools allowed tribes to travel over deep snow, facilitating hunting and trade even when the land was covered in thick layers of snow. The materials used to craft snowshoes were varied, but they were always made with a deep understanding of the environment. Wood, rawhide, and animal sinew were shaped into lightweight, durable frames that helped distribute the wearer's weight over a larger surface area, allowing them to move with greater ease through the snow. Scholars still debate the origins and spread of snowshoes among Native American tribes. Some believe that the basic design emerged independently across different regions, with each tribe adapting the tool to their particular environment. Others argue that snowshoes were a shared innovation spread through trade or cultural exchange. Whatever the case may be, what's undeniable is that snowshoes were an essential tool for winter survival. They allowed tribes to move across vast stretches of snow-covered land, enabling them to hunt, trade, and gather, even in the harshest conditions. Another important tool in survival was the use of sleds, which were often pulled by dogs or in some regions by humans. Sleds provided a way to transport goods and supplies, including firewood, food, and tools across the snowy landscape. Like snowshoes, sleds were a perfect example of how Native Americans designed their tools with the environment in mind. They were built to be sturdy enough to withstand the heavy snow, but lightweight enough to be easily pulled across long distances. These sleds weren't just used for practical purposes, though. They also played a role in social and cultural activities. For example, many tribes used sleds in winter festivals where teams would race against each other for fun. These events not only helped to strengthen the physical skills necessary for survival, but also allowed the tribe to bond and celebrate during the darkest months of the year. These social activities were just as important as the survival techniques. They helped to reinforce community ties and maintain the mental and emotional well-being of the tribe. As winter tightened its hold over the land, Native American tribes faced a unique set of challenges that demanded creativity, resilience, and an intimate understanding of the natural world. Their methods of survival were not only pragmatic, but deeply intertwined with their culture, spirituality, and respect for the environment. Every aspect of their existence, from shelter to food preservation, was tailored to make the most of the resources at hand while ensuring sustainability for future generations. One of the key elements that allowed these tribes to thrive in the harshest of winters was their ability to work together. The concept of communal living and mutual support wasn't just a social arrangement, it was a survival strategy. Whether in the longhouses of the Iroquois, the igloos of the Inuit, or the teepees of the Plains tribes, the physical proximity of people in these dwellings allowed them to share warmth, food, and other vital resources. This communal spirit helped not only to maintain the tribe's physical well-being, but also ensured that cultural values of cooperation, shared responsibility, and respect for one another were passed down through generations. The cooperative nature of life during the winter months was evident in many aspects of Native American survival. For example, when hunting was successful, the meat from large game, such as bison, elk, or deer, was often distributed among the entire tribe. It wasn't uncommon for the wealth of the hunt to be shared equally, ensuring that everyone from the youngest children to the eldest elders had enough to eat. This practice reflected the tribe's philosophy that no one should go without, especially during the difficult winter months. Interestingly, this system of food sharing wasn't just about survival. It also had deep social and cultural implications. In many tribes, the act of sharing food and resources was a way to reinforce social bonds and maintain peace within the group. The ability to come together as a community, whether it was around the fire inside a longhouse or while sharing a feast after a successful hunt, was an essential part of the tribe's emotional and spiritual resilience. This communal living wasn't just a necessity for survival, it was the foundation of the tribe's identity and culture. Historians still debate whether the cooperative nature of these societies was rooted more in survival or in their worldview. Some experts suggest that the need for survival in harsh winters helped to foster this sense of community and shared responsibility, while others believe that the social and cultural values of mutual aid and generosity were central to the tribe's way of life regardless of the season. What is certain, however, is that these communal practices were crucial for ensuring that no one person or family bore the full brunt of the winter's challenges. In addition to communal living, the construction of shelters was a vital element of winter survival. As we've seen, igloos, longhouses, and teepees were all designed with specific regional challenges in mind. Each shelter type was a reflection of the tribe's ingenuity and adaptability. The design of these structures allowed for maximum heat retention with minimal use of resources, ensuring that families could stay warm even when firewood was scarce. Whether the snow-blocked igloos of the Arctic, the bark-covered longhouses of the northeast, or the conical teepees of the plains, every dwelling was constructed to suit both the climate and the nomadic or settled lifestyle of the people who inhabited them. One of the most ingenious features of these shelters was how they used limited materials to create warmth. In igloos, the thick snow walls acted as an insulator, trapping warmth inside and reflecting heat back toward the center. Longhouses used a similar principle with multiple layers of bark and insulation materials to maintain heat. Teepees, while designed for mobility, were just as efficient at retaining warmth. The conical shape allowed for the heat from a fire in the center to rise, while the small opening at the top of the teepee allowed smoke to escape without letting in the cold air. What's particularly fascinating about these shelter designs is that they were not just practical, they were deeply connected to the land and the people's way of life. In many ways, the construction of these shelters was an act of living in harmony with nature. By using materials found in their environment, from snow to bark to animal pelts, Native Americans created homes that were in balance with their surroundings. Their shelters were built not just to withstand the elements, but to coexist with them, reflecting a profound understanding of the environment that allowed them to thrive in extreme conditions. Scholars still argue whether the use of these natural materials was purely out of necessity, or if there was a deeper philosophical connection to the earth itself. Some suggest that the materials used in shelter construction were a reflection of the people's spiritual beliefs, where each material held significance. Others argue that the use of these materials was purely pragmatic, developed over centuries as the people learned how to live with the land. Regardless of the interpretation, it is clear that the shelters built by Native Americans were a reflection of their deep understanding of the world around them and their ability to use it for their survival. Alongside a shelter, another essential component of survival was food, and the preservation of that food played a key role in getting through the long cold months. Preserving meat through drying, smoking, and freezing was a method that allowed tribes to have a steady food supply throughout the winter. Fish, particularly salmon in the northern and coastal regions, was a significant source of protein that could be dried or smoked for storage. Similarly, large game such as bison or deer were hunted in the fall, and their meat was carefully preserved by drying or smoking. This ensured that the tribe would have enough food to sustain them even when hunting was more difficult. Interestingly, food wasn't just about survival, it was also about culture. Meals were an important part of communal life. Food preparation and sharing weren't just daily activities, they were social events that brought families and tribes together. Storytelling often accompanied these meals, and traditions were passed down over time, ensuring that the knowledge of how to hunt, preserve, and prepare food was carried from one generation to the next. This sharing of food and stories strengthened the tribe's cultural identity, reinforcing the idea that survival was not just a physical act, but a collective cultural practice. Historians still debate the role of food in Native American winter survival. Some suggest that it was the preservation techniques that allowed these tribes to thrive, while others point to the dietary balance that included not only meat, but also plant-based foods such as roots, berries, and nuts, which provided important vitamins and minerals. Regardless of the specific food sources, it's clear that the ability to preserve and store food was a key factor in the success of Native American winter survival strategies. What's perhaps most striking about the survival methods of Native American tribes is that they weren't based on a single solution to the problem of winter. Instead, they were an intricate system of interconnected practices, each of which contributed to the overall ability to thrive in the cold. From the design of shelters and the careful preservation of food to the communal sharing of resources and the spiritual rituals that reinforced the tribe's connection to the land. Every aspect of winter survival was a reflection of the tribe's relationship with nature. This interconnectedness between survival, community, and the environment is what made Native American winter strategies so effective. They didn't just endure the cold, they lived in harmony with it, using the resources around them in a way that ensured not only survival, but a thriving existence. And in this way, the survival techniques developed by these tribes serve as a powerful reminder that survival isn't just about enduring hardship. It's about understanding the world around you, working with it, and respecting the balance of all things. Winter survival among Native American tribes was not merely about braving the cold, but rather about creating an entire way of life that worked in rhythm with the land, its resources, and the seasons. Every aspect of their existence was intricately designed to adapt to the challenges that came with the colder months. From the design of homes and tools to the way food was prepared and preserved, it was clear that every decision was made with purpose and precision, ensuring not only physical survival, but also cultural continuity and spiritual well-being. One of the most essential parts of survival was managing heat during the colder months. As we've explored, shelters were meticulously designed to conserve warmth. But beyond the construction of homes, there were additional strategies that ensured the heat was retained within the community. For example, Native Americans understood the importance of minimizing body heat loss, particularly through extremities such as hands, feet, and heads. The use of mittens, boots, and hoods made from animal pelts played a vital role in ensuring that no warmth was wasted. These garments were far from simple outerwear. They were part of a larger system that allowed individuals to remain active, mobile, and warm. Interestingly, the clothing was not just about insulation. The construction of garments was often ceremonial, with certain tribes crafting their winter attire with symbols or patterns that held spiritual significance. For example, the intricate beadwork and designs woven into clothing and accessories were not only decorative, but served as a way to honour ancestors or tell stories about the wearer's journey and connection to the land. This spiritual dimension to the clothing served a dual purpose. It provided the necessary warmth, but it also reinforced cultural identity and the connection between the wearer and their environment. Historians continue to debate whether the spiritual aspects of clothing design were just as important as their practical function. Some argue that the designs were purely symbolic, reflecting the tribe's relationship with nature and their belief systems. Others suggest that these symbolic designs may have also had a protective function, offering the wearer both physical warmth and spiritual protection. Whatever the exact interpretation, it is clear that these garments were far more than mere tools for survival. They were cultural artifacts that linked the wearer to their tribe, their ancestors, and the land itself. In addition to the clothing, the insulation and materials used in shelter construction were key to survival. Many tribes, particularly those in the northern regions, understood the importance of not only sheltering themselves from the wind, but also from the moisture in the air. Dampness, especially in the cold, can lead to rapid heat loss, so many shelters were designed with specific materials to address this. For example, the use of animal skins to cover homes helped prevent moisture from entering, while also allowing the shelter to remain breathable. In the case of igloos, the compact snow acted as both insulation and a barrier against the wind, keeping the warmth inside while repelling the outside chill. Beyond their construction techniques, igloos and other shelters were also designed to be energy efficient. They were often smaller than modern homes, and their shape was optimized for maintaining warmth. The size of the shelter was specifically designed to ensure that the heat from a small fire or body heat could warm the space adequately without wasting energy. This clever design wasn't just a response to cold weather, it was a reflection of a broader philosophy in which every part of the environment was used efficiently and in harmony. Interestingly, many of these structures were also designed with mobility in mind. While igloos are often thought of as permanent structures, they were sometimes used as temporary shelters during hunting trips or other seasonal activities. The portability of shelters like the teepee also contributed to the tribe's ability to survive during the winter. While teepees were used primarily for their flexibility and ease of setup, they were also surprisingly well suited to retaining heat. Their conical shape allowed the wind to slide off the structure, keeping the interior protected from the elements. Historians still argue whether the adaptability of shelters like teepees made them superior to other dwellings, particularly for nomadic tribes. Some experts suggest that the ability to pack up and move quickly in the face of changing conditions was one of the greatest advantages of the teepee. Others argue that more permanent structures such as longhouses or earth-covered homes offered greater insulation and protection from the cold in settled communities. Regardless of the structure, one thing remains clear. Native American shelters were all designed with maximum efficiency, warmth, and practicality in mind. As we look deeper into the methods used to ensure winter survival, it becomes evident that Native Americans also had a remarkable ability to read the environment. Their knowledge of the land, from tracking animals to understanding the behavior of plants, was key to navigating the winter months. This ability to read the signs of nature allowed them to know when to hunt, where to gather, and how to preserve food. For example, many tribes were keenly aware of the migratory patterns of animals like bison, elk, and deer. These animals were crucial sources of food and materials during the winter, but they didn't stay in one place year-round. By understanding the patterns of movement, Native Americans were able to plan their hunts accordingly. They knew when animals would be most abundant, where to find them, and how to track their movements. In this way, the tribe's survival was tied directly to their relationship with the natural world. This knowledge was passed down through generations and was a central part of their winter survival strategies. Scholars continue to study how this deep knowledge of the land was passed down through generations. Some believe that this knowledge was strictly practical, based on careful observation and experience. Others argue that there was a spiritual component to understanding the land, where tribes saw themselves as stewards of the environment, maintaining a balance between their needs and the needs of the natural world. Whatever the perspective, it's clear that this knowledge was fundamental to the success of winter survival strategies. Another fascinating aspect of Native American winter survival was the use of fire. While fire was critical for warmth and cooking, it was also carefully managed to ensure that it didn't consume too much fuel. This practice of fire management wasn't just about conserving resources, it was a reflection of a larger cultural understanding of balance and respect for the earth. For example, fires were often kept small and controlled, particularly inside homes, where the goal was not to create an overpowering heat, but to maintain a steady warmth that would last through the night. Interestingly, fire was also used for other purposes such as preserving food or crafting tools. The heat from fire was used to smoke meat, dry fish, or soften animal hides for clothing and shelter. These techniques allowed Native Americans to make use of what the land provided without wasting any resources. The versatility of fire in these tasks was essential not only for survival, but for the continuation of cultural practices. Historians are still debating the broader significance of fire in Native American winter survival. While some suggest that fire was purely a functional tool, others argue that it had a deeper symbolic role in connecting the people to the earth. Fire was often considered sacred in many Native American cultures, and its use was closely tied to spiritual practices and rituals. Whether as a tool for survival or a spiritual symbol, fire was a central part of life during the winter months. In the end, Native American survival strategies were a holistic system that encompassed not only physical survival, but also emotional, social, and spiritual well-being. From their highly efficient shelters and clothing to their understanding of the land and resources, every aspect of their winter survival was a reflection of their deep connection to the earth. By living in harmony with the environment, Native American tribes not only survived the cold but thrived in the harshest conditions. Their ability to adapt, innovate, and cooperate ensured that they would endure the coldest winters generation after generation. As winter's grip tightened across North America, Native American tribes displayed an extraordinary blend of practicality, adaptability, and spiritual connection to nature that enabled them to not only survive but flourish in harsh conditions. Their relationship with the cold season was more than just one of endurance. It was a testament to their deep understanding of the environment, and every aspect of their winter survival strategies reflected this connection. From shelter to food preservation, each method was carefully designed to work with the land, ensuring that the tribe could thrive despite the severe weather. One key aspect of survival was how Native Americans approached the challenge of gathering and preserving food for the winter. They knew that the cold months would make it difficult to find fresh food, so they developed advanced techniques to store and preserve what they gathered during the warmer seasons. Meat, particularly from large game like bison, deer, and elk, was a critical food source. Rather than relying on fresh meat, which would quickly spoil, tribes developed methods of drying and smoking meat to keep it edible for months. These techniques didn't just preserve the food, they also imparted flavors that would become staples of their cuisine. Interestingly, the preservation of meat wasn't a single practice, but a nuanced art that varied across regions. In some areas, meat was dried and then stored in underground pits where it remained cool and protected from the elements. In other places, meat was smoked over a fire, which not only preserved it, but enhanced the flavor. What's especially fascinating is the communal aspect of these food preservation methods. When one family or group of hunters succeeded in a large hunt, the surplus wasn't just kept by the hunters, it was shared with others in the tribe. This communal sharing was essential to survival, as it ensured that everyone had access to food, even if one group of hunters had less success than another. Historians often debate whether the sharing of food was strictly a survival tactic, or if it had deeper cultural and spiritual significance. Some scholars argue that this communal sharing was essential for survival, helping the tribe maintain strong social ties during the long cold months. Others suggest that the sharing of food, particularly during the winter, was tied to the Native American spiritual beliefs, where giving to others was seen as an act of reciprocity, a way of honoring the spirits of the animals and plants that sustained them. Whatever the interpretation, it's clear that the act of sharing food played a critical role in ensuring the tribe's survival and well-being. Alongside the preservation of meat, Native American tribes also understood the importance of gathering and preserving plant-based foods. Roots, nuts, berries, and other edible plants were gathered during the warmer months and carefully stored for the winter. These plant foods weren't just fillers in the diet, they were essential for providing the vitamins, minerals, and carbohydrates necessary for maintaining strength during the cold months. In particular, wild rice acorns and various roots played important roles in providing both nourishment and energy. Interestingly, these plant-based foods were often more than just food. They were tied to the tribe's cultural and spiritual beliefs. Some plants were considered sacred, used in ceremonies or rituals that honored the earth and the cycles of nature. For example, some tribes believed that certain plants had the power to protect them from illness or bad weather. Others viewed the gathering of plants as a way to connect to the spirits of the land, reinforcing the tribe's connection to nature and the seasons. Historians and anthropologists still debate the extent to which the collection and use of plant foods was tied to spiritual practices. Some suggest that these practices were purely utilitarian, driven by the need to ensure food security during the winter. Others believe that the spiritual connection to plants was just as important as the nutritional value they provided. Regardless of the focus, it's clear that the collection, preparation, and use of plants was an essential part of winter survival for many tribes. In addition to food, Native Americans also developed highly effective tools to help them navigate and survive the winter months. Snowshoes are perhaps one of the most well-known examples of these tools. The design of snowshoes allowed individuals to travel across deep snow without sinking, enabling them to hunt, gather, and trade, even when the landscape was covered in a thick layer of snow. The snowshoes were typically made from wood and rawhide with a design that helped distribute the wearer's weight over a larger surface area. Interestingly, the design of snowshoes varied significantly depending on the region and the specific needs of the tribe. In the northern forests, where the snow was often deep and the terrain more uneven, snowshoes were smaller and more maneuverable, allowing for greater agility. In contrast, in the wide open spaces of the Great Plains, where snow was often deep and unbroken, larger, more durable snowshoes were used to allow for travel across vast distances. Some scholars argue that these variations in design were not just about practicality, they were also a reflection of how deeply connected Native Americans were to their environment. The way they designed and used these tools was a testament to their understanding of the land and their ability to adapt their strategies to the conditions they faced. Scholars still debate the origins and spread of snowshoes. While some believe that the basic design of snowshoes emerged independently in different regions, others suggest that they were a shared innovation passed between tribes through trade or cultural exchange. This ongoing debate highlights how tools like snowshoes were not just functional, they were also cultural artifacts passed down through generations and adapted to the unique challenges of different environments. Beyond snowshoes, other tools like sleds and toboggans played a crucial role in survival. These devices, often pulled by dogs or even humans, allowed tribes to transport goods, supplies, and food across snow-covered terrain. The design of sleds was similarly tailored to the environment, with some being built for short, quick trips and others for long-distance travel. The use of dogs to pull sleds was particularly common in northern tribes where dogs were well suited to the cold climate and helped with tasks like carrying supplies or pulling sleds across frozen lakes or snowy plains. A quirky tidbit to consider is that these sleds and toboggans were also used in winter festivals and social events. Sledding races, often involving teams, were a fun way to pass the time during the cold months and also served as a way for tribe members to bond and strengthen relationships. These activities weren't just recreational, they were also a way to develop the physical skills necessary for survival, while also reinforcing social connections that were vital for maintaining a strong, unified community. Historians often explore the significance of these social activities, debating whether they were purely for entertainment or if they had deeper cultural meanings. Some suggest that these winter activities served a social and spiritual purpose, allowing people to celebrate the communal spirit of the tribe. Others argue that they were primarily practical, providing necessary training and physical activity to keep the tribe fit and prepared for the challenges ahead. Regardless of the interpretation, what is clear is that these winter activities were an important part of life and survival, offering a chance for the tribe to strengthen bonds and prepare for the coming months. While tools like snowshoes, sleds, and toboggans were vital for mobility, the more important aspect of survival was community. The way that tribes came together during the winter, sharing warmth, food, and stories, was essential for ensuring that everyone could weather the season. The harsh winters might have driven them into close quarters, but they also brought people together, fostering cooperation, solidarity, and a sense of shared responsibility. This was a time when each individual's survival depended on the collective strength of the group, and the more connected people were, the stronger the tribe became. In every aspect of winter survival, Native Americans exhibited a profound understanding of the land, the animals, and each other. From the way they built their homes to the tools they crafted, every survival strategy was an adaptation to the harsh conditions they faced. Their methods were not only about enduring the cold, but about respecting the earth and working in harmony with it. Today we can learn much from their wisdom and resilience, not just for surviving the cold, but for living in balance with the world around us. As we continue to explore the remarkable ways in which Native American tribes survived winter, it's important to note how every aspect of their lives was shaped by an intimate connection to the environment. Winter was not just a season to endure, but one to embrace. In many ways, it symbolized a time of renewal and spiritual reflection, providing an opportunity to reconnect with the natural world in a way that the warmer months didn't allow. The cold months, when the land was dormant, became a time for the tribe to slow down and focus on the essentials, reminding them of the delicate balance between human life and the environment. One of the most essential practices during winter was the process of foraging and preserving food, which allowed Native Americans to be prepared for the months when hunting and gathering were more difficult. They understood that in order to thrive in the cold, they needed to gather and store as much food as possible in the warmer months. This preparation extended beyond just collecting enough to feed the tribe. It also meant carefully preserving and storing food in ways that would last through the long cold nights and months. Fish, particularly in regions near rivers and lakes, were a primary food source that was preserved for the winter. Salmon, for instance, was caught during the summer months and then dried or smoked, which allowed it to be stored for later use. The drying process was particularly effective in preserving fish, because it removed moisture which would otherwise lead to spoilage. This practice wasn't just about storing food for sustenance. It was an art that ensured the tribe would have access to protein throughout the cold months. In fact, drying and smoking techniques were so effective that many tribes could store their preserved fish for months, ensuring they had an abundant food source even when hunting was scarce. Interestingly, the preservation of fish wasn't just about nourishment. It was also tied to spiritual beliefs. Some tribes, particularly those in the Pacific Northwest, believed that by smoking or drying fish, they were honoring the spirits of the creatures they relied on. This spiritual practice helped reinforce the tribe's deep connection to nature. Food was never just about survival. It was also about showing respect to the animals that provided sustenance. Through these practices, the tribe ensured that the animals' spirits would continue to provide for them in the future. Historians continue to study the role of food preservation in Native American culture, particularly how it extended beyond a simple survival technique. Some scholars believe that food preservation practices were rooted in cultural rituals, emphasizing respect for the animals and the earth. Others suggest that these methods were simply a pragmatic response to the challenges of the environment developed over generations of trial and error. Regardless of the interpretation, it is clear that food preservation was not only a practical necessity, it was deeply tied to the tribe's spiritual life and cultural identity. Along with the preservation of food, there was also a strong emphasis on maintaining health during the winter months. Many Native American tribes used medicinal plants gathered in the warmer months to treat common winter ailments such as colds, coughs, and aches. These plants, often made into teas or poultices, were essential for ensuring that the tribe remained healthy during the long cold months when fresh food was scarce. Herbs like elderberry, echinacea, and yarrow were commonly used to bolster the immune system, while others like peppermint and ginger were used to soothe sore throats or ease digestive discomfort. What is particularly fascinating about the use of medicinal plants is how it reflects the holistic approach Native Americans had to health and wellness. These plants weren't just used for treating physical ailments, they were also part of the tribe's spiritual practices. Many plants were considered sacred and were used in rituals to promote well-being and maintain a balance with the natural world. For instance, sweetgrass and cedar were often burned in ceremonies to purify the space and ensure the tribe's health both physically and spiritually. Scholars continue to explore the role of medicinal plants in Native American health practices. Some argue that these plants were the cornerstone of winter survival, providing essential vitamins and minerals that were lacking in a diet largely based on meat and fish. Others suggest that the spiritual and medicinal properties of plants were intertwined with their use, representing a broader worldview that saw healing as both a physical and spiritual process. Regardless of the interpretation, what remains clear is that plants played an integral role in maintaining the health of the tribe during the winter months. As winter survival depended so much on the use of the environment, it is no surprise that many tribes also relied on their knowledge of the natural world to guide them through the season. Understanding the patterns of the animals they relied on for food, the behavior of plants and the movement of the weather were all essential components of survival. Whether it was knowing when certain animals would migrate or understanding the best time to gather specific plants, this knowledge was passed down through generations, ensuring that the tribe would always be prepared for the challenges of the coming months. For example, the migration patterns of bison were well known to many plains tribes. Bison provided the tribe with meat, hide, and bones, and their migration was carefully tracked to ensure that the tribe knew when and where to hunt. This knowledge of bison behavior wasn't just based on observation, it was also passed down through stories and teachings, ensuring that each generation could continue to thrive despite the cold. Interestingly, the knowledge of animal behavior was often intertwined with the tribe's spiritual beliefs. Many tribes saw themselves as stewards of the land and the animals, understanding that their survival was directly tied to the health of the natural world. Hunting, for example, wasn't just about harvesting meat, it was a ritual that honored the spirit of the animal. Some tribes performed ceremonies before a hunt to ensure the animal's spirit would be at peace and that the tribe would be successful in their endeavor. This spiritual connection to hunting and the land reflected a deep respect for the animals that provided for them, and it was this respect that allowed them to continue to live in balance with nature. Scholars continue to debate whether this spiritual connection was a key reason for the sustainability of Native American winter survival strategies. Some suggest that this connection provided the tribe with the mental and emotional strength to face the hardships of winter. Others argue that the practical knowledge of animal behavior and plant life was the primary factor in their ability to thrive in harsh conditions. Regardless of the interpretation, what is clear is that the tribe's relationship with the land and its creatures was a central component of their survival. This relationship was further reinforced by the tribe's social structure and the way they cooperated to overcome winter's challenges. The winter months, while difficult, were also a time for strengthening community bonds. Many tribes came together during this time for storytelling, social gatherings, and cooperative work projects. These activities not only helped to pass the time, but also allowed individuals to share knowledge, skills, and resources, ensuring that everyone had what they needed to survive. The strength of these communal ties was vital to survival, particularly during the colder months when isolation could lead to mental and physical fatigue. The shared experience of winter survival created a sense of unity and purpose, reminding everyone that their survival was interconnected. This sense of cooperation helped ensure that no one person or family bore the full burden of the winter season. It was through mutual support and shared effort that Native American tribes were able to face the most challenging months of the year and emerge stronger for it. When we look at the survival strategies of Native American tribes, one aspect that stands out is their ability to turn the harshness of winter into an opportunity for spiritual and communal growth. Winter wasn't just a time to survive the cold, it was a season for strengthening bonds, reflecting on the past, and preparing for the year ahead. In many ways, the winter months were just as much about preserving mental and emotional well-being as they were about physical survival. The communal nature of life during the winter was essential. Tribes, especially those living in longhouses or teepees, often gathered in their close quarters to conserve warmth. This closeness wasn't just a practical necessity, it was a cultural practice that helped maintain the social fabric of the tribe. The shared experience of surviving the cold, hunting together, preparing food, and simply existing in close proximity during the harsh winter months created bonds that were critical for maintaining the strength of the community. This sense of unity helped to ensure that everyone had what they needed, both physically and emotionally, to get through the long, dark months. The winters also provided a time for rest and rejuvenation. With less hunting and gathering required, many Native American tribes used the season to focus on spiritual matters and cultural practices. For many, the cold months were a time to honor the spirits of the animals that provided sustenance throughout the year, as well as the spirits of ancestors. Tribes performed ceremonies and rituals designed to ensure the survival and prosperity of the community in the coming seasons. These rituals were integral to the tribe's overall well-being, as they reinforced the importance of living in balance with nature and the cycles of life. Interestingly, storytelling played a large role in these winter rituals. Many tribes would gather around the fire in the evenings to share stories. These stories were not merely a form of entertainment, but a method of passing down crucial survival knowledge, values, and cultural identity. Elders would tell tales of the land of the animals and of the tribe's history. They would also impart important lessons about how to live in harmony with nature, how to hunt, how to gather, and how to prepare for the seasons ahead. This tradition ensured that the younger generations would carry on the tribe's wisdom and maintain a connection to their cultural roots. Scholars still explore the role of storytelling in Native American cultures, with some suggesting that it was the foundation of education within the tribe. These stories were much more than just narratives. They were powerful tools for transmitting survival knowledge and cultural values. In many ways, storytelling helped the tribe maintain its identity, especially during the challenging winter months when external contact with other tribes or cultures was limited. The stories provided continuity, keeping the tribe's traditions alive, and they reinforced the lessons needed to thrive in a world that was constantly changing. Another vital aspect of winter survival was the tribe's deep knowledge of the natural world. Every element of the environment, from the movement of animals to the way the snow settled, held important clues that could help Native Americans predict the conditions of the coming weeks or months. Tribes that lived in areas with significant snowfall, such as those in the northern regions or in the Rocky Mountains, had developed an intricate understanding of how to move through snow, how to track animals, and how to gather resources even in the most difficult conditions. The winter months were also a time for preparation for the upcoming seasons. Tribes would often spend the colder months organizing tools, mending clothing, and assuring that all supplies were ready for the spring. This period of preparation wasn't just about surviving the winter. It was about ensuring that the tribe would be ready to take advantage of the opportunities presented by the warmer months. From planting crops to hunting for fresh game, the preparation that occurred during winter ensured that the tribe would have what it needed to thrive when the snow finally melted. Interestingly, the practice of preparation wasn't limited to just material needs. Many tribes used the winter to prepare mentally and spiritually for the challenges ahead. This practice of reflection was crucial for maintaining mental resilience during a time that could easily become isolating and difficult. It helped people stay grounded and focused on the broader picture, the survival and prosperity of the community as a whole. This spiritual aspect of winter survival reinforced the belief that the tribe was not just enduring winter, but was actively preparing for the future, ensuring that the land and its resources would continue to support them. Historians continue to explore the role of spiritual practices in winter survival. Some argue that these practices were essential for maintaining the mental and emotional health of the tribe, while others focus on the practical aspects of preparation. In either case, it's clear that these spiritual practices help to create a sense of continuity and purpose, reinforcing the tribe's connection to the land and to each other. A fascinating and somewhat overlooked aspect of survival during the winter months was the relationship between Native Americans and their animals, particularly dogs. Dogs were integral to many tribes' winter survival strategies, acting as companions, sled pullers, and even protectors. They were often used to pull sleds or carry loads across the snow, enabling tribes to transport goods and food over long distances. The bond between humans and dogs was particularly strong during the winter, when the animals' thick fur coats made them well suited to the cold and their loyalty made them invaluable helpers. Dogs also played an essential role in providing warmth during the cold months. Many tribes, particularly those in the northern regions, kept dogs in their homes, where they would sleep together to share body heat. This communal sleeping arrangement wasn't just about survival, it was a testament to the deep partnership between humans and animals. The connection between humans and dogs went beyond practicality. It was rooted in mutual respect and reliance. Tribes understood that in order to survive the winter, they needed not only their human community, but also the animals that helped sustain them. Scholars continue to examine the role of dogs in Native American cultures, with some focusing on the practical aspects of their use, while others look at the spiritual significance of the relationship. Some argue that dogs, like other animals, were considered to have spiritual significance, acting as mediators between the physical and spiritual worlds. Others suggest that the close relationship between humans and dogs was simply a reflection of the interdependence that existed in Native American cultures, where survival was a shared effort among all living beings. Regardless of the perspective, it's clear that the bond between humans and dogs was an essential part of winter survival. As we look back at the strategies used by Native American tribes to survive the coldest months of the year, we realize just how sophisticated and interconnected their survival methods were. From the design of their shelters to the preservation of food and the careful management of resources, every aspect of their winter survival reflected a deep understanding of the natural world and a commitment to living in harmony with it. These methods were not just about surviving the cold, they were about thriving in balance with the earth, the animals, and each other. Surviving the winter months in the harshest parts of North America required more than just basic survival skills. It required deep knowledge, adaptability, and a profound understanding of the environment. Native American tribes, each in their own way, perfected strategies for thriving in winter by incorporating both practical skills and spiritual connections to the world around them. These strategies were not just based on enduring the cold, but were part of an intricate system that connected people to the land and to each other. A critical component of this survival strategy was the way Native Americans preserved and stored food. In many cases, hunting and gathering during the winter months could be difficult, so they had to rely heavily on what had been preserved in the warmer seasons. Meat, particularly from large game such as bison, elk, and deer, was often dried or smoked to ensure it would last for months. These methods, while effective, were also highly skilled techniques that required knowledge of both the food itself and the environment. When meat was smoked, it would often be done in specific ways to ensure the flavour and nutrients were preserved. This wasn't just about putting food away for the winter, it was an art that ensured the tribe could survive the cold months without having to rely on hunting in extreme conditions. Interestingly, the practice of drying and smoking meat wasn't limited to just preserving food for later consumption. In some tribes, the methods of preserving meat were also part of larger rituals. For example, some tribes believed that the act of smoking the meat symbolized a spiritual connection to the animals and the earth, helping to ensure the tribe's survival throughout the winter. These rituals were intertwined with the tribe's respect for the animals they hunted and served as a way to honor the creatures that provided sustenance. Scholars still debate whether the practice of soaking and drying meat had more cultural significance or was purely a practical matter. Some historians argue that these preservation techniques were part of spiritual ceremonies that emphasized the interconnectedness of all life, while others suggest that the process was developed purely out of necessity. Whatever the case may be, it's clear that preserving food was a complex and meaningful practice that went far beyond simply storing supplies. It was an essential part of the tribe's survival and a reflection of their deep relationship with the environment. In addition to the preservation of meat, plant-based foods were also a vital part of survival. Many Native American tribes gathered berries, nuts, and roots during the warmer months and stored them for the winter. These foods not only provided essential nutrients like vitamins and minerals, but also helped balance out the diet, which could often be dominated by meat. Roots like wild potatoes and other tubers were particularly important as they were nutrient-dense and could be stored for long periods without spoiling. Interestingly, the collection and storage of plant foods weren't just about practicality, they were also linked to spiritual practices. Many plants held symbolic meaning and were seen as gifts from the earth. Some tribes, for instance, would perform rituals before gathering certain plants to honor the spirits of the earth and ensure the success of their harvest. The connection between food spirit and the land was not just a reflection of cultural beliefs, but also a method of survival, ensuring that the tribe was in harmony with nature. Historians still explore how these spiritual practices influenced the tribe's survival strategies. Some suggest that these rituals were integral to maintaining balance and ensuring the tribe's survival, while others point to the importance of these practices in reinforcing the tribe's cultural values. The ongoing debate shows just how deeply intertwined survival and spirituality were in Native American cultures. Beyond food, the ability to move and travel across snowy landscapes was a critical part of winter survival. In many areas, snowshoeing became an essential skill for navigating the deep snow. Native American snowshoes were not only highly effective but were designed with precision, taking into account the different types of terrain and snow conditions. The design of these snowshoes varied across regions, with some being smaller and more maneuverable for forested areas and others larger, and designed for travelling across open plains. A quirky tidbit is that snowshoes were more than just practical, they were also a form of cultural expression. In some tribes, snowshoes were adorned with intricate designs with patterns reflecting the tribe's identity and beliefs. These designs were passed down through generations, making snowshoes not only tools for survival, but also a means of preserving cultural heritage. Scholars continue to debate the origins and evolution of snowshoes. Some argue that snowshoes were independently developed by different tribes, with each group adapting the basic concept to its specific environment. Others suggest that snowshoes were shared across tribal lines, spread through trade or cultural exchanges. This ongoing discussion highlights the broader cultural context of survival tools and how they served for not only functional purposes, but also played a role in connecting people to their cultural and environmental identity. Along with snowshoes, sleds played a significant role in survival during the winter months. Sleds were used for transporting food supplies and even firewood. They were often pulled by dogs, which were essential for many northern tribes. The relationship between humans and dogs during the winter was crucial for survival. Dogs were highly valued not only for their role as pack animals, but also for their warmth. Many tribes kept dogs in their homes, where they provided companionship and helped keep the inhabitants warm during long cold nights. This bond between humans and dogs was deeply reciprocal. While dogs helped with transportation, they also provided emotional support during times when isolation could be a problem. Interestingly, the role of dogs in winter survival was not just functional, it was symbolic as well. Many tribes viewed their dogs as important members of the family, and their care and well-being were seen as a reflection of the tribe's respect for the natural world. The importance of dogs in Native American culture wasn't just about practicality, it was a deeper spiritual, crucial connection to the land and the animals that shared it. Historians still explore the role of dogs in these societies, with some focusing on their practical uses as sled pullers, and others investigating the more spiritual aspects of their relationship with humans. Some scholars argue that the bond between humans and dogs was a testament to the tribe's understanding of the interdependence between all living creatures, while others suggest that dogs played a central role in maintaining the tribe's physical and emotional well-being during the harsh winter months. As we look back at the incredible survival strategies developed by Native American tribes, we see that their success wasn't based solely on ingenuity or resourcefulness. It was also a result of their ability to live in harmony with nature. Every action from preserving food to using animals as companions reflected an understanding that humans and nature were deeply interconnected. Their strategies for winter survival were not just about facing adversity, they were about respecting and working with the environment, ensuring that the tribe could thrive even in the coldest and most challenging seasons. Surviving the brutal winters of North America was not just a matter of physical endurance for Native American tribes, it was a balance of intellect, ingenuity, and deep spiritual connections. In the face of harsh conditions, Native Americans developed sophisticated systems of survival that allowed them to not only endure, but flourish in winter's grasp. Their methods reflected an intrinsic understanding of nature's cycles and the resources that the land provided, ensuring they maintained harmony with their environment while also meeting the community's needs. One of the key components of winter survival was the adaptation of tools to the specific needs of each tribe and region. Snowshoes, already mentioned for their critical role in allowing tribes to travel over deep snow, were finely crafted tools that showed the tribe's ingenuity. The materials used for making snowshoes varied according to the region, with wood, rawhide, and animal sinew being commonly used. The design of these snowshoes allowed the wearer to spread their weight over a larger surface area, which made walking across snow much easier and less exhausting. The snowshoe was more than a mere tool. It was an embodiment of the tribe's relationship with their environment and how they tailored their solutions to the challenges presented by nature. Interestingly, the design of snowshoes wasn't just about practicality, it was also a form of cultural expression. The designs on snowshoes often reflected the tribe's specific traditions, with some featuring intricate patterns that had symbolic meaning. For instance, certain designs were said to represent the cycle of life or the spiritual connection between humans and the animals they hunted. This cultural aspect of snowshoe design is an example of how survival tools were often intertwined with Native American beliefs and values. The creation of these tools was not just for physical survival, but was also an expression of identity and spirituality. Historians still explore whether the use of snowshoes spread through cultural exchange or was developed independently by different tribes. Some suggest that the basic concept of snowshoes emerged organically as tribes living in snowy regions adapted to their environments. Others believe that snowshoes were shared through trade networks or intertribal contact, allowing for the exchange of ideas and technologies. This debate reflects the ongoing fascination with how survival practices were shaped and passed down, often with variations based on location and tribe. Aside from snowshoes, another crucial tool that helped Native Americans survive during the winter months was the sled. Sleds, often pulled by dogs, allowed tribes to transport food, firewood, and other supplies over snow-covered terrain. In the far north, dogs were especially important. They were well suited to the cold, with thick fur coats that helped them withstand freezing temperatures. Dogs provided transportation in areas where snow was deep, pulling sleds laden with resources and enabling the tribe to access necessary supplies that might otherwise be too far to reach. It's fascinating to note that these dogs weren't merely working animals, they were integrated into the family and community. Many tribes saw dogs as companions and relied on them for emotional support as much as for their physical labour. The bond between humans and dogs, particularly during the winter months, helped strengthen the tribe's resilience. In some northern tribes, it wasn't uncommon for people and dogs to share the warmth of the same shelter during cold nights. This mutual reliance wasn't just about survival, it was also a demonstration of the profound respect for animals that was a key part of Native American cultures. This bond between humans and animals extended beyond dogs. Many tribes saw all animals as sacred beings with which they shared the land. Hunting was never just about taking what was needed for food, it was about honouring the animal's spirit. Tribes performed rituals to give thanks for the animals they hunted, ensuring that the animal's spirit would continue to provide for them in the future. This practice reflected a worldview that saw all living things as interconnected. Native Americans recognized that their survival was not just about conquering nature, but about living in balance with it. Scholars still debate the role of animals in Native American winter survival strategies. Some argue that animals were seen as partners in survival, with hunting and gathering practices rooted in a deep respect for the creatures they relied on. Others suggest that the cultural significance of animals was so deeply embedded in the tribe's worldview that their relationship with animals went beyond survival. It was spiritual and reciprocal. Regardless of the scholarly debate, it's clear that animals played a significant role in both practical survival and cultural practices, ensuring the tribe's well-being in both physical and spiritual terms. While animals played a key role in survival, the environment itself was also a source of strength. Many Native American tribes had an exceptional understanding of how to use the natural world to their advantage. The cycles of the seasons, the movement of animals, the behavior of plants, and even the weather patterns were all carefully observed and studied. This deep knowledge allowed tribes to plan their activities around the rhythms of nature. For example, some tribes would begin hunting certain animals at specific times of the year, knowing when they would be most abundant or easier to track. Similarly, the gathering of plant foods such as berries or roots was timed to ensure that the tribe could store enough food for the winter. Interestingly, Native Americans also understood the importance of conserving resources and using them sustainably. They knew that overhunting or overharvesting could lead to food shortages, so they practiced sustainable hunting and gathering methods. Some tribes followed strict hunting rules, only taking what was needed for the tribe's survival, and ensuring that the animal populations remained healthy. This approach to sustainability was part of a broader spiritual and cultural framework that valued the land as a sacred resource, something to be cared for rather than exploited. This understanding of balance and conservation was one of the reasons why Native American tribes were able to survive and thrive in the harshest of winters. Historians continue to explore the relationship between Native Americans and the land, particularly in terms of sustainability. Some scholars argue that Native American survival was based on the idea of living in balance with nature, ensuring that resources were used in a way that would allow the tribe to continue thriving. Others suggest that survival was a matter of trial and error, with tribes gradually refining their techniques based on their environment. However, what is clear is that Native Americans didn't just see the land as a resource to be used, they saw it as a partner in their survival, and they treated it with respect and care. Another integral part of survival was the emotional and spiritual well-being of the tribe. During the long, cold winter months when food was scarcer, and isolation from other tribes was more common, mental resilience became just as important as physical endurance. This is where the communal activities of storytelling, ritual, and socialization played a pivotal role. These activities didn't just pass the time, they helped to maintain a strong sense of community and shared purpose. When members of the tribe came together to tell stories, share food, or engage in spiritual practices, they reinforced the bonds that kept the tribe united. Interestingly, these communal gatherings were also vital for the transmission of knowledge. Elders would often use storytelling to pass down survival techniques, cultural practices, and spiritual teachings to the younger generation. These stories were crucial for ensuring that each new generation would be equipped to survive. As they provided more than just practical survival tips, they taught the values, beliefs, and traditions that formed the foundation of the tribe's identity. The winter months, though difficult, became an opportunity to solidify the tribe's cultural continuity and ensure that the wisdom of previous generations was not lost. Scholars continue to explore how these communal practices influenced the tribe's survival. That the social cohesion created by these activities was crucial for maintaining mental health during the winter, especially during times of scarcity. Others suggest that these practices were not only about survival, but also about preserving cultural identity and maintaining a connection to the land. Whatever the interpretation, it's clear that these communal activities were essential to ensuring the tribe's survival not just physically, but emotionally and spiritually. In the midst of winter's harshest challenges, Native American tribes displayed remarkable resilience through their close-knit communities and innovative practices. These survival strategies were not solely focused on the physical aspects of enduring the cold, they were also deeply intertwined with spiritual beliefs and cultural values. The harsh conditions were seen not as an obstacle to be overcome, but as an integral part of the natural cycle, one that required understanding, respect, and adaptability. In this way, winter was not merely a season of survival, but a time for deep connection to the environment and one's community. The role of community during the winter months was essential. In every tribe, the sense of collective responsibility went far beyond mere cooperation. It was about ensuring that no individual or family was left to face the bitter cold alone. Living together in communal shelters, tribes could share warmth, food, and resources in a way that maximized their chances of survival. Whether in longhouses, igloos, or teepees, these shelters provided both physical protection and social cohesion. The shared experience of surviving the cold together reinforced the bonds that held the community together. It is fascinating to note that while modern society often emphasizes individual achievement and independence, Native American survival strategies were rooted in the understanding that collective effort was necessary for long-term survival. The communal aspect of their winter living arrangements was not just about sharing resources, it was about sharing responsibility. The act of working together to gather firewood, prepare food, and tend to the sick or elderly was a daily practice that helped build a sense of unity. In many ways, this communal effort ensured that the tribe could withstand the cold both physically and emotionally. Historians still explore whether the communal nature of winter survival was more out of necessity or rooted in cultural values. Some scholars argue that the harsh conditions of winter made cooperation essential for survival, while others believe that this sense of communal responsibility was ingrained in the tribe's values long before the arrival of winter. Whatever the reason, it is clear that the tribe's social structure and shared responsibilities played a central role in ensuring their survival. Alongside the practical aspects of community living, spiritual beliefs also played a crucial role in helping Native American tribes survive the winter months. Winter was often seen as a time of reflection, renewal, and connection with the earth and its spirits. While much of the focus of winter survival was on food, warmth, and shelter, the spiritual health of the tribe was just as important. Many tribes held ceremonies to honor the animals and plants that had provided for them during the rest of the year. These rituals were not just about giving thanks for survival, but about maintaining harmony with the natural world. Interestingly, the winter months also allowed for spiritual growth and renewal. During the colder months, when hunting and gathering were less frequent, the time spent indoors provided an opportunity to engage in spiritual practices. Some tribes would gather around the fire for ceremonies, prayers, and offerings to ensure the tribe's well-being in the coming seasons. These rituals were designed to reconnect the tribe with the spirits of the land, asking for guidance and protection. The winter was seen as a time when the earth rested, and it was believed that by honoring the land and its creatures, the tribe could ensure a bountiful and prosperous year ahead. Scholars continue to examine the spiritual significance of winter survival practices, with some arguing that the ceremonies were crucial for mental resilience during the harshest months. Others focus on the role these practices played in reinforcing the tribe's cultural and social structures. Regardless of the interpretation, it is clear that spirituality was an essential component of survival during the winter months. It provided not only comfort but also a sense of purpose and connection to the world around them. The understanding of nature's cycle was another critical element in the survival of Native American tribes. The ability to track animal migrations, identify plant growth patterns, and predict weather changes allowed the tribe to plan and prepare for the coming months. In many regions, such as the Great Plains, winter was a time when large game like bison would migrate to more accessible areas, and tribes would time their hunts accordingly. Knowing when and where animals would be found made hunting more efficient and ensured that the tribe would have enough food during the winter. Interestingly, Native American tribes didn't simply rely on their knowledge of nature for hunting. They also used it for gathering and preparing for other seasons. The knowledge of plant growth cycles meant that tribes could gather and store herbs and plant-based foods, such as berries and roots, that would provide crucial nutrients during the winter months. This reliance on the natural world was not only a practical survival strategy, but also a reflection of the deep respect Native Americans had for the land and its abundance. Every plant and animal was viewed as part of the ecosystem that provided sustenance, and every action taken to gather or hunt was an acknowledgement of the interconnectedness of all living things. Historians continue to debate how deeply these survival strategies were influenced by Native American spiritual beliefs. Some suggest that the tribe's respect for nature went beyond mere practicality, arguing that the careful management of resources was as much a spiritual practice as it was a survival tactic. Others suggest that the practice of living in balance with nature was an inherent part of their worldview, shaped by generations of cultural practices and environmental factors. Regardless of the perspective, what is undeniable is that this knowledge allowed Native American tribes to survive the coldest months by living in harmony with the land. While much of the focus of winter survival was on food and shelter, the emotional well-being of the tribe also played an essential role in enduring the cold. During the winter, when the days were shorter and the tribe was often isolated, maintaining strong social and emotional bonds was crucial. Many tribes took great care to ensure that individuals didn't feel isolated or overwhelmed during the long, dark months. Storytelling, communal feasts, and other social activities helped keep spirits high and created a sense of belonging. The role of storytelling in winter survival was significant. These stories weren't just a form of entertainment, they were a vital way to preserve knowledge, teach lessons, and reinforce cultural values. Elders would share tales of hunting past hardships and tribal history, passing down wisdom to the younger generations. These stories also served as a reminder of the tribe's resilience, helping members to stay focused on the bigger picture survival unity and strength. Interestingly, these stories often included lessons about nature survival and respect for the land. The younger generation would learn how to track animals, prepare food, and create shelter, all while being reminded of the interconnectedness of all life. Storytelling in this way became a critical tool for ensuring that survival knowledge was passed down, while also providing emotional comfort and reassurance during a season that could feel isolating. Scholars have long explored the role of storytelling in Native American cultures, with some focusing on how it served as a method of survival education, while others emphasize its role in maintaining cultural continuity. In any case, it is clear that storytelling was an essential aspect of life during the winter months, reinforcing the tribe's values and social structure while also providing emotional strength. Ultimately, the survival strategies employed by Native American tribes during winter were more than just a series of practical techniques. They were a reflection of the tribe's relationship with nature, community, and spirituality. These strategies were shaped by generations of knowledge and experience, each one building on the lessons learned from the previous winter. From food preservation and shelter design to spiritual rituals and communal support, every aspect of winter survival was carefully crafted to ensure that the tribe could thrive even in the harshest conditions. When reflecting on how Native American tribes survived the unforgiving winter months, it's apparent that their survival was rooted in a profound understanding of their environment, an innate ability to adapt, and a deep sense of communal cooperation. Winter wasn't merely a season of challenge. For many tribes, it was a time to reconnect with nature, reflect on spiritual beliefs, and bond with the community. Every aspect of winter survival, from shelter to food to the handling of emotional and social well-being, was designed to strengthen the tribe's connection to the earth and to each other, ensuring both physical and cultural survival. Shelter was one of the primary concerns, and Native American tribes constructed homes that were not only practical but also adapted to the specific needs of their environment. For instance, in the Arctic regions, the Inuit built igloos from blocks of compacted snow. These igloos, despite being made of ice, were incredibly effective at trapping heat. Snow, being a good insulator, helped keep the inside of the igloo significantly warmer than the freezing temperatures outside. What's particularly remarkable about the igloo's design is how it leveraged the natural environment to create warmth. The dome-shaped deflected wind and the snow blocks acted as insulation, creating a thermal barrier that allowed the small amount of heat generated by body heat or a small fire to be retained within the shelter. The ingenuity behind these structures has long fascinated historians. Some experts suggest that the igloo's design was a result of trial and error over generations, while others argue that its development was influenced by early contact with neighbouring cultures. However, one thing is certain: the igloo is a stunning example of how a shelter can be crafted from the environment itself. For the Inuit, the igloo was not just a physical structure, but a manifestation of their deep connection to the land and its resources. While igloos are often associated with the far northern regions, other tribes had different ways of building shelter tailored to their unique environments. The longhouses of the Iroquois and other northeastern tribes were made from the materials that were readily available to them: wood and bark. These longhouses could house extended families, providing warmth and protection. The design of the longhouse emphasized communal living, with families sharing both the space and the warmth. Just like the igloos, longhouses were not only practical, but a reflection of the tribe's social structure. These structures served as a reminder that survival wasn't about isolation, it was about unity, cooperation, and the strength of the community. Interestingly, these longhouses also functioned as places for social activities, including storytelling and ritual. This further emphasizes how survival during the winter wasn't just about practicalities like food and shelter, but was also about maintaining the tribe's emotional and cultural health. While the winter season could be isolating, these homes allowed for social cohesion, which was essential for mental well-being. In contrast, the teepees used by plains tribes were designed for mobility as well as warmth. While teepees were primarily intended to accommodate nomadic lifestyles, their conical shape helped trap heat inside while allowing smoke to escape through a hole at the top. The structure was perfectly suited for the harsh winters of the Great Plains, where tribes like the Lakota and Cheyenne roamed. The ability to quickly set up and break down the teepee was vital for tribes that followed the bison herds, as they relied on the animals not just for food, but for their hides, bones, and other materials used for clothing and shelter. Historians still debate the merits of the teepee versus more permanent structures like longhouses. Some scholars argue that the portability of the teepee gave it a distinct advantage in the nomadic cultures of the plains, allowing families to follow food sources and adapt to the shifting seasons. Others suggest that longhouses, while less mobile, provided greater insulation and social benefits in more settled communities. The ongoing conversation reflects how deeply shelter choices were tied to the tribe's way of life, showing that survival strategies were as much about cultural identity and lifestyle as they were about the environment. Shelter was just one part of winter survival. Equally important was food preservation, which allowed tribes to sustain themselves during the cold months when fresh food sources were scarce. While hunting continued in the winter, Native American tribes knew that drying, smoking, and freezing meat were crucial to ensuring they had enough to eat. These preservation techniques weren't simply about keeping food from spoiling, they were also a way of enriching the food, adding flavors and textures that became integral to the tribe's cuisine. A fascinating aspect of food preservation was the communal sharing of the harvest. When a successful hunt occurred, the spoils weren't just kept by the hunters or the immediate family, they were often shared with the entire tribe. This practice of food sharing wasn't merely a matter of generosity, it was deeply rooted in the tribe's social structure. Food was seen as a communal resource, not a private commodity. The act of sharing food, especially during the winter when resources were more limited, reinforced the tribe's collective identity. It ensured that no one went hungry and that the tribe stayed strong physically and emotionally. Historians still explore the communal aspect of food sharing, with some suggesting that it was a necessary survival strategy, while others argue that it was tied to the deeper values of cooperation and generosity that permeated Native American cultures. Whether for survival or spiritual reasons, the practice of sharing food during the winter months helped maintain the emotional well-being of the tribe, providing a sense of solidarity and mutual care. The tribe's relationship with animals, particularly the animals they hunted for food, was also an important part of winter survival. Hunting wasn't just about taking what was needed, it was about honouring the animals that provided for them. Many tribes performed rituals before a hunt, asking for the animal's spirit to guide the hunters and ensure a successful outcome. This reverence for animals was tied to a broader worldview that saw humans as stewards of the land, not conquerors. The connection to animals was a spiritual practice reflecting a deep respect for the creatures that provided both sustenance and materials for clothing, tools, and shelter. Interestingly, animals weren't just revered for their spiritual significance, they were also essential for survival. Dogs, for example, played a crucial role in the daily lives of many Native American tribes, particularly in the northern regions. Dogs were used to pull sleds, carry loads, and even provide warmth by sleeping alongside their human companions in shelters. In some tribes, dogs were seen as protectors helping to guard the camp against predators. The bond between humans and dogs was not just functional but deeply spiritual, reflecting a mutual reliance that helped both species survive the coldest months. Scholars still debate the role of animals in Native American survival strategies. Some suggest that animals were primarily seen as practical resources, providing food, clothing, and tools. Others argue that animals held spiritual significance, with many tribes seeing them as part of a larger interconnected web of life. This ongoing conversation reflects how survival strategies were not just about physical endurance, but also about spiritual and emotional balance. In the end, the survival strategies of Native American tribes were built on a foundation of respect for the land, the animals, and each other. From the construction of shelters to the preservation of food, and from the spiritual rituals that connected them to the earth, to the communal sharing of resources, these strategies were a holistic approach to winter survival. They showed that survival wasn't just about fighting against the cold, it was about living in harmony with the natural world, ensuring that both the people and the land could thrive together. As we look at the methods used by Native American tribes to survive the coldest months, we see that their survival strategies were about much more than just enduring winter's challenges. Their knowledge of the natural world, their sense of community, and their spiritual practices were all intertwined into a sophisticated system of survival. Every action, from how they built shelters to how they gathered food, was an expression of respect for the environment and an understanding of their place in the world. Winter for them was not a season of struggle, but a time for reflection, renewal, and deep connection with nature. One of the most remarkable elements of their winter survival was their approach to food preservation. Tribes did not simply rely on hunting during the winter months. They prepared in advance to ensure that their food sources were protected and ready when they were needed most. Preservation techniques such as drying, smoking, and freezing were developed to keep meat, fish, and other foods safe from spoilage. These techniques weren't just practical, they were also an expression of how Native Americans lived in balance with their environment. For example, meat from animals like bison, deer, and elk was carefully butchered, dried, and stored in cool, dry places. This drying process allowed the meat to last through the coldest months, providing an essential source of protein when fresh hunting wasn't possible. Similarly, fish like salmon was dried or smoked to ensure it could be consumed during the winter. The methods used to preserve fish and meat weren't just about keeping food, they were about ensuring that every part of the animal was respected and used. The drying process often involved deep knowledge of the food's nutritional properties, ensuring that the meat was preserved while retaining as much of its nutritional value as possible. Interestingly, this preservation wasn't just a survival tactic, it was also deeply tied to the tribe's worldview. Many tribes believed that by preserving and storing food with care, they were showing respect for the animals that provided for them. The process of preparing and preserving food was often accompanied by rituals or prayers to honour the spirits of the animals. This connection to the animals and the land was more than just a practical matter. It was a spiritual practice that reinforced the tribe's deep respect for the earth and all its creatures. Historians continue to explore how food preservation practices were influenced by both necessity and cultural beliefs. Some suggest that these preservation methods were simply developed as a practical response to the environment's demands. while others believe that spiritual rituals were a central part of the process. Regardless of the perspective, it's clear that the practice of preserving food played a vital role in ensuring the tribe's survival, as well as in maintaining their spiritual connection to the natural world. Alongside food preservation, the tribe's knowledge of the land played a crucial role in survival. Native American tribes understood the importance of reading the environment and knowing how to make the most of the resources available. This knowledge went beyond simple survival tactics. It was a way of understanding the cycles of nature and how to live in harmony with the land. For example, some tribes understood the migratory patterns of animals and when they would be most abundant. They could track the animals' movements, ensuring that hunting efforts were most successful when the animals were at their most accessible. Interestingly, this ability to track animals was not just a survival skill, it was also a spiritual practice. Many tribes believed that the animals they hunted had spirits, and tracking them wasn't just about finding food, it was about respecting the animals' spirits and ensuring a harmonious relationship between the tribe and the natural world. The tracking of animals was a deeply spiritual process, with many tribes using rituals to honor the spirit of the animal before and after a hunt. Historians and anthropologists continue to explore how this deep knowledge of animals and the land influenced Native American survival strategies. Some suggest that it was an intimate learned skill passed down through generations, while others focus on the cultural significance of hunting and tracking animals. Regardless of the approach, the ability to track animals and understand their behavior played a central role in the tribe's ability to thrive in the winter months. In addition to understanding animal behavior, Native Americans also had an extensive knowledge of plant life. The colder months may have limited the availability of fresh food, but Native American tribes were adept at gathering and storing plant-based resources. Roots, berries, and other edible plants were collected during the warmer months and preserved for use throughout the winter. These plants provided not only vital nutrients but also served as medicine. Many tribes had extensive knowledge of the medicinal properties of plants, using them to treat illnesses or injuries during the winter, when resources were scarce. Interestingly, plants weren't just used for food or medicine. They were also integral to the tribe's spiritual practices. Some plants were considered sacred and were used in rituals or ceremonies to honor the earth and the spirits. For example, sage sweetgrass and cedar were burned during ceremonies to purify the space and bring healing. These plants, often associated with spiritual significance, reinforced the interconnectedness of all life and the tribe's deep respect for the land. Scholars still debate the role of plants in Native American cultures, particularly in terms of their medicinal and spiritual significance. Some argue that the use of plants was purely a matter of practicality, ensuring that the tribe remained healthy during the winter months. Others suggest that plants had a much deeper role, acting as intermediaries between the physical and spiritual worlds. This ongoing conversation highlights how intertwined practical survival and spiritual beliefs were in Native American cultures, where every aspect of life was connected to nature. The communal nature of winter survival also extended to the tribe's social structure. While individual survival was important, the collective strength of the community was essential. The sharing of food, warmth, and resources ensured that no one would face the challenges of winter alone. The cooperative nature of Native American tribes meant that individuals and families could rely on each other, building a network of support that was crucial for survival during the cold months. Interestingly, this sense of community was not just about sharing resources, it was also about sharing knowledge. Elders played a vital role in passing down survival knowledge, from tracking animals to gathering plants and crafting tools. Storytelling was a key method of education, with elders sharing tales of the past, of survival strategies, and of spiritual practices. These stories were more than just entertainment. They were lessons that ensured the younger generations would be equipped to handle the challenges of winter. Historians continue to study the role of elders in Native American societies, with some focusing on how they acted as spiritual guides, while others emphasize their role in teaching survival skills. Regardless of the emphasis, it's clear that elders were central to the tribe's survival strategy. They passed down knowledge not just for survival, but also for maintaining the tribe's cultural and spiritual identity. The winter months were a time for reflection and renewal, but they were also a time to prepare for the coming seasons. The knowledge of the land, the communal sharing of resources, and the spiritual practices that reinforce the tribe's bond with nature all work together to ensure the tribe's survival. These strategies weren't just about surviving the cold, they were about living in harmony with the land and with each other. For Native Americans, winter was not just a challenge to be faced, but an opportunity to strengthen the community, honor the land, and prepare for the future. As we come to the conclusion of this exploration of Native American winter survival, we can see how these tribes navigated the harshest months, not just through ingenuity, but through a comprehensive understanding of the natural world and a deep abiding respect for it. Their survival strategies were a harmonious blend of practical skill, spiritual beliefs, and a profound sense of community. Each tribe from the Arctic to the plains developed methods suited to their unique environments, yet the underlying principles of survival remained constant cooperation, respect, and balance. One of the most striking elements of winter survival was the way Native Americans managed to stay connected to the land even when the environment seemed most inhospitable. It wasn't simply about getting through the winter, it was about ensuring that they could thrive when the season shifted again. The process of living in balance with nature, understanding the cyclical nature of the seasons and preparing for the future was the philosophy that extended far beyond the physical aspects of survival. It was a way of life that integrated practical skills with cultural and spiritual values, creating a system of sustainability that ensured the tribe could endure through difficult seasons and continue to prosper. Consider the role of animal hunting during winter. While hunting during these months was often more difficult, the connection between tribes and their prey remained a cornerstone of their survival. Meat from animals such as bison, elk, and deer was carefully stored through drying or smoking, allowing the tribe to have access to these vital resources even when they were not actively hunting. The respect for the animals and the rituals performed before and after the hunt were just as crucial to their survival as the actual food they provided. In many ways, the hunting process was seen as a spiritual exchange between the tribe and the animal, ensuring that both were respected and that the tribe would continue to benefit from the land's resources. Furthermore, the winter months weren't just about enduring, they were a time of reflection, a time when the tribe could slow down, recharge, and reconnect with each other and the earth. The long dark months provided the perfect opportunity for communal activities such as storytelling, teaching, and sharing experiences. These social activities weren't just for passing the time, they were vital for reinforcing the tribe's cultural identity, passing down crucial survival knowledge and maintaining emotional resilience. In particular, storytelling played an important role. Through stories, elders could pass on the wisdom of past generations, sharing lessons on survival, respect, and spirituality. The act of gathering together to hear these stories also reinforced a sense of community, making everyone feel connected to the larger tribe. These stories acted as both practical survival guides and spiritual teachings, ensuring that younger generations understood the importance of maintaining balance and living in harmony with nature. Scholars have long debated the importance of storytelling in Native American cultures. Some suggest that it was a primary means of transmitting survival knowledge, while others argue that storytelling was just as much about fostering a spiritual connection with the land. The ongoing conversation reveals how deeply intertwined survival practices and spirituality were in these cultures. The lessons learned from storytelling weren't just practical, they were essential for ensuring that the tribe's values and identity remained strong, even in the most challenging of times. Another key component of survival during winter was the focus on community. The cooperative nature of Native American tribes meant that resources were shared and everyone contributed to the tribe's well-being. While individual efforts were important, it was the collective strength of the group that allowed them to endure the winter. Whether it was the sharing of food, firewood, or knowledge, the tribe's survival was built on the idea that no one person could survive on their own. This sense of unity was crucial for the mental and emotional resilience of the tribe. Interestingly, this communal bond wasn't just about surviving the winter, It was about sustaining the tribe's social and spiritual health. The cold months could be isolating, but the strong sense of togetherness kept the tribe connected both emotionally and spiritually. By working together to ensure each person's survival, the tribe reinforced the idea that survival was a shared responsibility, not just an individual struggle. In many ways, this sense of shared responsibility was the cornerstone of their resilience. Historians continue to explore how community living influenced Native American survival strategies. Some argue that the communal lifestyle was essential for maintaining the tribe's strength during the winter months, while others suggest that it was tied to deeper cultural and spiritual practices that reinforced the interconnectedness of all members of the tribe. Regardless of the interpretation, it is clear that the tribe's ability to work together played a central role in ensuring their survival. Furthermore, Native American survival strategies were deeply tied to their respect for the natural world. Winter survival wasn't just about enduring the cold, it was about maintaining a deep connection to the earth and its cycles. By understanding the land animals and plants, tribes were able to live in balance with nature, ensuring that the resources they needed were available when they were needed most. The knowledge of when to hunt, where to gather, and how to preserve resources ensured that the tribe could endure through the winter and thrive in the spring. This respect for the earth extended to the way Native Americans treated the animals they hunted. Before and after a hunt, rituals were performed to honor the spirit of the animal, ensuring that the tribe's actions were in harmony with the land. This practice of giving thanks for the animal's life and asking for its spirit to guide the hunters was integral to survival, as it reflected the tribe's belief in the interconnectedness of all life. Scholars still debate the role of spirituality in survival. Some argue that these rituals were a form of mental and emotional preparation, helping hunters maintain focus and strength. Others suggest that these spiritual practices were vital for maintaining a balanced relationship with the natural world, ensuring that the tribe's hunting and gathering methods were sustainable. Whether driven by necessity or spiritual belief, these rituals reinforced the tribe's connection to the land and ensured that they lived in harmony with the resources they relied on. As we examine the many strategies used by Native American tribes to survive the winter months, we see that their survival was a multifaceted effort. It wasn't just about food or shelter, it was about community spirituality and a deep respect for the environment. Each of these elements worked together to create a way of life that allowed the tribe to thrive in even the harshest conditions. Through cooperation, adaptability, and an unwavering connection to the land, Native Americans found ways to not only survive the cold, but to use it as a time for growth, reflection, and renewal. Ultimately, the survival strategies of Native American tribes during the winter were about more than just getting through a season. They were about living in balance with nature, preserving the resources for future generations, and ensuring that both the physical and spiritual well-being of the tribe remained intact. These practices passed down through generations reflect a way of life that valued resilience, respect, and sustainability. In the end, it wasn't just the ingenuity of these tribes that allowed them to survive, it was their deep connection to the world around them that ensured their survival both in the winter and beyond. Sweet dreams.